All right, welcome everybody. Glad to be back. Not that I left, but I'm glad to be back nonetheless. Now, a couple corrections. I know it's hard to believe, but sometimes I get some things wrong. And this week I got two things wrong. First thing I got wrong was the stream that I did, which came out pretty good. My goal was to hit every theophany in the Torah. And we did about 3 hours of lecture. Part 1 is available. Part 2 is for members. And I missed 3. There might be 1 or 2 more that I missed as well. Maybe 4. 4 I missed. So I am exposed. Yes, people said exposed. I did make a couple mistakes. Now, this was challenging because the last time I read through the Old Testament, particularly the Torah, which I kind of cycle through those regularly, I missed quite a few things. So I thought this time I got them. No. I missed, and I'm a little embarrassed about this one because I felt like there was a theophany in every book of the Torah. And then I was like, no, maybe I'm not right about that with Leviticus. But it turns out there is. In Leviticus 9, Moses says in verse 6, and thus Moses said, this is the thing which the Lord commanded you to do, and the glory of the Lord will appear to you. And then, of course, at the end of that chapter, and Aaron lifted his hand towards the people and blessed them, and came down from the offering, from the sin offering, the burnt offering, the peace offerings. And Moses and Aaron went to the tabernacle of meeting and came out and blessed the people. Then the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. So here we have a theophany that isn't just a manifestation to Moses. It isn't just to Moses and the 70 elders, as we saw in Numbers 11, but it is, in fact, not Numbers 11, Exodus, 23, when they go up on the mountain. This is, in fact, a manifestation to all of Israel. And so there is a theophany here in Leviticus 9, which means then that every book of the Torah has multiple theophanies, but most of them are actually in Genesis and Exodus. So we went through all of those. I did want to hit real briefly the other one that I missed is a couple in Numbers. So Numbers 14 and 16. We did hit the later chapters of Numbers, but I missed the theophany here at the end of the story of the schism of Korah. So when Korah and is it Dathan, when they engage in their schism against Moses, after that event, the glory again, the cloud appears, presumably the glory cloud. But of course, the glory is identified in Exodus as the presence of the angel, aka the angel of the Lord, who, as we saw in our 3-hour talk, is over and over and over identified as Christ. Christ is the theophany. And I noticed too, before we get to my other mistake that I made, today's mistake, I noticed on top of that if you look at the various passages about the appearing of the glory, right, God's glory that appears, I think this is another easier, perhaps, way to really just refute the Roman Catholic system. Because I can't fathom a Roman Catholic thinking that God's glory is a creature. And yet, all of these passages have God's uncreated glory manifesting in time and space over and over and over. Every time we read about the Shekinah glory cloud coming down, every time we look at these passages. In fact, we're even told that out at Mount Sinai, it is the glory of God that appears in Deuteronomy, I think 5 or 6, 4. Deuteronomy 5, yeah. The Lord showed us his glory and his greatness, and the voice out of the midst of the fire. Jesus identifies himself as the voice, by the way, in John 5 through 9, as the I am, speaking in the midst of the fire, both at the burning bush and out Mount Sinai. And that's why the descriptors are of both. And it's also what lets us know that in Genesis 15, the burning oven and lamps that pass through the severed animals of Genesis 15 when Abraham makes the sacrifice, the angel of the Lord passes through in the same manifestation of these cherubim, because he's the rider on the chariot, according to Ezekiel 1:13. So Ezekiel 1:13 identifies the cherubim as the smoking oven lamp manifestation of Genesis 15. So those are things that I never seen that before until this last week, and then rereading a lot of these passages, it became evident to me that that's what all of this is, and also that the voice in the fire is obviously the Logos. But we're told many, many times throughout these passages, all the way back to Exodus, particularly when Moses says, "Let me see your face." And God says, "You can't see my inner being, you'll die, but I'll show you my glory and my goodnesses." It's plural. So that's energies. It's not the essence. But again, Roman Catholicism says almost unanimously that it's impossible for divinity to be present in time and space. And so these have to be angels or angelic holograms or whatever. And yet we're told over and over and over that it is in fact the glory. God's glory is not given to creatures or to another. You can't worship or be saved by a creature. And yet these theophanies are called God, identified as glory, uncreated glory. There's no created glory that God has. God doesn't have created attributes. And thus, the theophanies, in specifically pointing out that they're manifestations of the glory of God, immediately refutes absolute divine simplicity, which itself denies theophanies if they're consistent. Because no Roman Catholic believes that the essence of God is manifesting. And since it's not the essence of God, what is it? Well, it's a creature. It's a created light. It's almost the unanimous Roman Catholic opinion. Oh, okay, so Israel is worshiping an uncreated, created light? So stupid this is. So let's just bypass all the Thomistic nonsense. We don't have to worry about all this philosophical jibber-jabber, them trying to get around this stuff. And let's just go to the passages that say that the glory of God appeared. Either it did or it didn't. Either God's glory is a creature or it isn't. I've never heard Roman Catholic think God's glory is a creature, so I can't think they would go down that route. But if they're going to believe the text, then they're going to have to give up their metaphysical presuppositions. It's the divine revelation that gives us our metaphysics. It's not the other way around. Thomism is premised on, I will squeeze divine revelation into my metaphysical presuppositions, and I will determine what it means for there to be distinctions in God. I will determine what simplicity is by the definition from Plotinus and Origen. Or do we accept, as Revelation tells us, that quite literally the glory of God manifested? And by the way, when you understand Matthew 17 in light of these passages, it is 100% evident, 100% clear that Jesus is showing himself on the mountain with Moses and Elijah with him, thus pointing out that he's the same being appearing at Mount Sinai. That's why Moses is on the Mount of Transfiguration. So guess what? The same glory light shining at Sinai that shines on the face of Moses, according to 2 Corinthians 3, is the same glory light shining in Matthew 17 of the Transfiguration. That's probably why Palamos focuses so much attention on the uncreated light. Because if we make the argument go to that, that ends the Roman Catholic position. That right there. Refuted. Over. Because Roman Catholics almost unanimously say, this is a created light. Okay, God is not a creature. God has no created attributes. Now, to the people in the chat saying, when are you going to debate the rabbis? Well, I have to give some props to Sam Shamoun, because Sam Shamoun just did a phenomenal breakdown. It really blew my mind. It was so good. Particularly on this point, where Sam gets into a bunch of things I didn't know. And we should always be willing to learn from anybody who's out there when we can learn from them. So Sam did a talk here.
I am.
And I thought this was an excellent talk. So this is a 1.5 hour discussion of rabbinic exegesis of a lot of these passages. And Sam goes into all the inconsistencies and contradictions that rabbinic exegesis are involved in, at the same time as admitting so many of our positions. For example, did you know they believe that the Messiah does die? Did you know that they believe that Isaiah 53, in the majority opinion of rabbis, is about the Messiah? Exactly. But did you also know that they don't always tell people that publicly? Because sometimes they have the attitude that it's better to not even engage in these topics because they might lead people to Christianity. In fact, in the Talmud, there's two Messiahs. Messiah ben David and Messiah ben Joseph. One of them dies. Excuse me. So, to get to the point, the question that somebody was asking, what about these or that, this or that rabbi? Well, I would recommend this stream. Because if you watch this stream, Sam Shamoun will actually answer quite a few of the questions related to that. Now, he doesn't, in that stream, necessarily go into the topics that we're discussing today. He does in other streams. So my allergies are really bad today. I apologize. But hey, at least we're not coughing today. So we traded out coughing for sneezing on the black market, baby. It is open forum today. So we're not going to restrict it to discussing theophanies. I did just want to bring that to everyone's attention. Yeah, the pollen is aggro today, man. It's a different pollen, though, because it's making me sneeze and not cough. The other one makes me cough. So, and I can always tell by what's happening, like, that it's a different type of pollen. So this is different than the usual pollen. Open forum means that you request to speak, you can come on. You have to unmute yourself. So remember that when you hop on, you're immediately going to be muted. That's the default of how Twitter X does it. So you got to unmute yourself. Today we're going to stick to certain topics. You guys hear me? We got topics today. I will answer Beacon's question about tag because he specifically said he wanted to do have a question about tag, but it's not a tag day, and we're not talking atheism today. We've done so many streams about atheism in the past. Today I just wasn't in the mood for that. Maybe towards the end of the discussion, if I get bored, we'll go to atheism. But today's topics are more specifically Catholicism. I would definitely like someone to address the Theophanies argument against their position if they want to, because I'm starting to think that might even be a better route of getting to the root of the issue, because I noticed having some DMs back and forth with Tim the other day, and Tim Gordon and I were discussing the possibility of our future debate, and I said, well, I'm starting to realize that you're going to have, assumptions about what you think is just not possible in metaphysics that I believe is possible. And so why do we come to those different conclusions, right? And Tim is more studied on Aristotle and metaphysics than I am. I don't have any problem granting that. Sure, I'll grant Tim that. But But so it's not an issue of study, though, right? It's a question of our starting points and our presuppositions, because Tim would say, for example, that my exegesis of these passages, I'm assuming, I don't know what his position is, but I'm assuming he would say, well, it's just not possible because this violates the metaphysics of what we know about a simple substance or a simple being or divine eternality or divine impassibility, right? I'm assuming that's the route he would go. However, from the passages that we saw here a minute ago, right? Some of these passages, for example, does it seem to be a problem in the mind of Moses for God's uncreated glory to manifest? And do you see does Moses seem to struggle with this anywhere? Or does he just simply accept that, hey, it's Jesus who came down on the mountain. It's Jesus who was in the pillar of the cloud and the fire. It actually says that in Exodus, that he came down through the pillar of fire and cloud. Maybe he would have a problem. Maybe he wouldn't. But if that's a manifestation of the divine hypostasis of the Son in time and space being worshipped, and Jesus identifies himself as that being, obviously, then the impasse that we have isn't really metaphysics per se. It's their starting points. It's the presuppositions that Tim would have about what is and isn't possible in metaphysics. And how do we derive that? How do we know that? For example, many Muslims will say it's impossible for God to be tri-personal. Allah must be a Unitarian being because it violates the laws of identity. It's the LPT, the logical problem of the Trinity, on and on. It violates various, even Aristotelian laws. Now, if Tim was debating a Muslim or any other Thomist, they would say, you see, but you don't understand. You have a faulty metaphysic. The Trinity is not impossible. The Trinity is a really distinct tri-personal being with one absolutely simple essence. So, is the impasse between the Catholic, Thomist, and the Muslim a faulty chain of reasoning? No, it's just two totally different assumptions and presuppositions about what is possible and not possible in metaphysics. And the same goes for us. Between our position of the energies and the tri-hypostatic God, we see in the text no problem with God manifesting in time and space, with the theophany coming and going, and this in no way damaging or diminishing God's impassibility or his essence. Because God is not reduced to essence. God has an essence which we do not know, but manifests himself via his personal energies, which we do know. Letter 234 of Basil. So is it not obvious that our metaphysic does justice to these passages? Whereas in the Roman Catholic metaphysic, all of these passages about the glory of God appearing in time and space have to be mentally gymnasticized into holograms, angelic manifestations, and by the way, that's the Jewish position. Did you know that? For many Jews to get around these passages, do you know what they say? Particularly when we bring up the fact that this is about Christ. Oh, that's not a divine being. That's just an angel that appears. Oh, angels are called glory of God? Angels are worshipped? You didn't know that it's the being in the bush that says I am. It's the being in the bush that's called the voice of God that's speaking. Did you not know that God says in Exodus 23 that his name, that Yahweh, his name, not given to him, it's in him, because he has the same nature. But I feel like they don't know this, because I feel quite confident that Roman Catholics don't even read these passages, nor do they really even care. Is it, maybe it's Exodus, is it 33? The angel of the presence will go before you. See, even this, even the Protestants in this translation capitalizes it, right? Because it's the angel of the presence, which is referenced earlier. And for those that don't know, angel is not all. It is 23. Angel is not always a created being like Michael or Gabriel. Angel just means messenger. You can have a human, you can have an angelic, or a divine messenger. You can have all three. And God says, verse, behold, I send my angel, messenger, the same angel of the presence that we read in chapter 33 a second ago. He will bring you into the land that I prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Do not provoke him, for he will not pardon your transgression. My name, Yahweh, is in him. Now, wait a minute. Angels can't forgive sins. Only God forgives sins. Don't you remember in Mark, when they have that debate with Jesus? The Pharisees say, who are you to forgive sins? Only God forgives sins. Well, that means angels, who are created beings, can't forgive sins. So this angel of the presence, who's identified as the same angel, by the way, in the bush that says I am, who is that? Oh, I wonder who. It's Jesus, as the New Testament makes clear many, many times. Now, on top of that, as we pointed out last night, to make this even clearer for the hard-headed people out there, when Moses and the elders go up on the mountain, they see God. And under God's feet, the uncreated foot, it actually is an uncreated foot, because it's the theophanic manifestation of the same Yahweh that wrestled with Jacob and that turned his face to Gideon. This is not the Father. Remember, Jesus says no one sees the Father at any time. That's Jesus' argument against the Pharisees in John 5-9. Well, so wait a minute. If no one ever saw the Father, then none of these manifestations are the Father. And yet every one of these manifestations, and we went through almost all of them in the 3-hour Torah lecture that we did, all the references except for the 4 I missed in the Torah, it's always identified as God appearing, the voice of God appearing, the glory of God appearing, the angel of his presence appearing, the messenger of the covenant appearing, etc., etc., etc. And here, he stands upon the paved sapphire stone, and they have a meal with God. Where have we seen a meal with God before? Oh, Genesis, Abraham, Genesis 18, right? One of them is the Lord, and 2 angels are present. So you might say, well, wait a minute. Are you saying that it's not angels also? No, every one of these theophanies is also angels present. Hence why in the burning lamp and oven that passes through the 2 the carcasses of the severed animals in Genesis 15, those are identified in Ezekiel 1:13 as the cherubs. But it's not just cherubim. We're told that in Ezekiel 1-10, there's one like a son of man, the one like a man, the likeness of the sons of men, that rides the chariot, who is also the face and glory of God. Do you understand that all of these passages are referring to the same person, the same being? One like a son of God, one like a son of man. The Ancient of Days, Daniel 7, who, by the way, Rashi, in his exegesis, says in Daniel 7, one like a man, that is King Messiah. Even the Jewish exegetes and rabbis admit that these passages are about the Messiah. Many of them. So the covenant meal, this helps identify us, by the way, those of us reading the passage here, when Moses goes up on the mountain to have the meal, that helps us identify, oh, well, if we're biblically literate, then we just remembered in Genesis, meal with God. That's what Abraham did. And think how absurd it is for Roman Catholics to go, well, God didn't literally have a meal with him. You mean like in John, at the end of John, when Jesus resurrects, did he have a meal? Did he institute a meal? If you have a problem with any of these passages and having a meal with God, then you have a problem with the resurrected Christ eating fish and having a meal and instituting the Lord's Supper. It's the same principle. The only difference is that he has a human body. In these passages, presumably, he does not yet have the body. Now, Irenaeus, as I understand, has the opinion that because Christ's human nature is deified, it's actually the deified flesh of Christ that the angel of the Lord possesses. I think that's an open opinion. But I also think it's possible to go ahead and say, well, but it's not just the bodily angel of the Lord form that we see present in many of these passages in the Old Testament. We also see the glory cloud. So there's a visible manifestation that is called the glory of God, is called the glory cloud. We went through all those passages in 3 hours. I'm not going to rehearse all those. Those are visible manifestations. We just read that all Israel saw the glory. In Leviticus. The Leviticus passage says, the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. So this is not just a private, mental, inner, spiritual thing. The glory also appeared visibly at Sinai. The pillar of cloud and fire in Exodus is visible. And it's called the glory. So, either we just erase all these passages for the sake of some stupid Neoplatonic metaphysic, which is what the absolute divine simplicity metaphysic actually is. An absolutely simple being cannot appear in time and space. That's literally the definition that Phaser has in his 5 proof books. Or we say, hey, wait a minute, maybe God as a personal God actually can appear in time and space. And that's what these dozens and dozens of freaking passages are talking about, obviously. So you either worship the idol of Aquinas and his stupid metaphysic, or you accept what dozens and dozens and dozens of passages about the Theophanies teach us. Which, by the way, is perfectly consistent with the whole idea of the incarnation. The incarnation is the second person of the triad in time and space. It's another kind of theophany. Duh. The only difference is that he has a human body. And guess what? In Matthew 17, it's just like the Theophanies in the Old Testament, where it's the glory that's just shining. Matthew 17 is the glory shining through the human nature. That's the only difference. God's glory is not created. End of debate. Now, we don't have to just talk about that today. It's open forum. You can bring up whatever topics you want, as long as they're topics related to Catholicism, Protestantism, church history, Islam, Arians, Unitarians, Black Hebrew Israelites, Hebrew roots. All of that is fair game. Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, any of those topics. Calvinism. What else is there? Is that all of them? Those are all on the table. Now, we did all the Torah now, thankfully, after I missed those 4. In the next talk, we'll be moving into the historical books. And guess what? Joshua and Judges, many Theophanies. Christ, all through, especially the book of Judges. So that's going to be the next public talk. And then we'll continue with Theophanies. We're going to do them all. My goal is to hit all of the Theophanies in the Old Testament in a series of lectures. So, we got the new fat beats when it comes to super chats. Thank you. Wow, everybody's being generous today. super generous. I don't know what happened. The allergy just kicked up like level 7, dude. They were at like a level 5, and they just went to a level 7. I don't know what's going on. Oh, man. I'm about to cry over here. Oh, I got to mention my other mistake real quick. So people were saying, Ruslan's talking smack again. Ruslan's talking smack. So the statement was that Ruslan saying, don't even, other Orthodox don't even want to talk to you, dude. You got owned. Well, first of all, that's not actually true. There are some Orthodox, maybe even half. I don't know. Maybe half the Orthodox world hates me. I don't care, but so I was under the impression that he said something. I couldn't go check it because he had made that stream private a long time ago. So I went and talked to him. He was a little salty initially in the DMs, and so then I publicly said, "Well, let's just have a debate, dude. Let's just do it." Well, turns out he found the stream, and it was an older stream. It was privated. I'm not going to play it. And so we had actually talked and had a good conversation a couple months ago after his smack talking. So, long story short, the people who saw the smack talking didn't realize that it was from from March. And so anyway, no big deal. I'm not mad. I don't care. Like, I mean, after a while, I don't even care about it's not that, I care in the sense that I'll respond and try to set up the debate, but I'm not like mad about, I just think it's like it comes with the territory. I'm used to it. I don't care anymore. Beacon, he wanted to make a point. He wanted to say some things about tag. This is the only tag thing I want to do just for Beacon. Just not in the mood for the tag stuff today. Go ahead, Beacon. What's up?
Oh, hey. Yeah, so, again, thank you for giving me your time. I know it's valuable, and I appreciate it.
Sure.
So can I ask, like, 2 quick questions before I give the objection/question, just to make sure I don't straw man you?
Sure.
Okay, so the form of tag is if X, then Y, right?
No.
Okay. So the argument isn't that if universals exist, then they must be grounded in the mind of God?
Well, that's just one way to go about showing that you have to ground abstract categories. The form of the argument is X is the necessary condition, X is the necessary condition of Y, Y, therefore X. So that's just showing what a precondition is or a transcendental category, right? It's just a formal way to say that if I'm going to have knowledge, there are certain things that have to be the case to have knowledge. I have knowledge, therefore those other things are the case.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I often hear you employ the argument that atheists have no justification for universals.
Yeah.
And that there's no way to be certain of their existence through personal experience or all that stuff.
Well, that came up with the debate 2 days ago. Did you see that debate with Yaron Brook?
I think I only watched... Oh, yeah. It was with the guy who was arguing for Ayn Rand and all that.
Yeah,
stuff,
actually,
right?
the universals, this very point, actually did come up in that debate, yes.
Okay, yeah. So, I had a specific question about that.
Okay.
So... if tag does require you to say that, knowledge and truth exists as a universal, and the reason that God must exist is because if you concede that knowledge exists, then that universal has to be grounded in a divine mind. Aren't you presupposing universals without giving a justification of them, because you're kind of using sense experience to say that knowledge exists?
Yeah, but our point is that everybody makes those presuppositions. There is no presuppositionless position. So that's why the argument is not you can't justify things in an evidentialist way. Justification occurs in a holistic worldview way. That's the whole point of the argument, is to move away from the idea that there's anything that's self-evident or anything that is not theory-laden. If everything is theory-laden, then the only way that we could go about arguing these types of positions, which are arguments about entire paradigms, is precisely by comparing the two paradigms.
Okay. And so if everybody assumes these when they like engage in debate, and like if you're saying that everybody assumes them in some verbal argumentation philosophical sense, and you have to assume them to question their existence.
Well, I think you have to assume them also, to not just verbally, but you have to assume that they are the case. Metaphysically, not just verbally.
Okay, so but why is it such that if something is axiomatic to engage in debate, that it must be true or even universally true?
Well, by the nature of what you're calling an axiom. I mean, if it wasn't universally the case, then it wouldn't hold in all places at all times in all worlds. So it'd be like arguing that the laws of logic are true here, but not tomorrow in China. I mean, it would be silly. It'd be self-defeating. They wouldn't be. They would lose their law-like character. They would no longer be laws.
Right, but isn't that the case that a lot of Darwinists make, which is that truth is only beneficial for survival, so it could be true now, but it might not be true in the future? Like, why couldn't you?
Well, if they said that, then that proposition itself would be self-refuting, because that would mean that proposition, their very most foundational statement, is self-refuting. It could be false tomorrow.
Okay, I'm not quite understanding why the axiomatics to engage in debate must be universally true, but I don't want to waste your time.
So hold on. Do you understand that the very thing that you just stated demonstrates the point? So rephrase again what you said the atheist type of guy argues. Say it again.
That it could be true today, but not in the future? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, do you not understand that proposition itself has to universally be the case for that position to hold, but that itself is self-refuting?
I suppose if you're talking about something as foundational as the laws of logic, yeah.
No, you're missing the point. The phrase itself, you're not getting what I'm saying?
I guess not, but I don't want to waste your time.
No, I don't want to move away from it, because this is the heart of precept. So do you understand that? Let's take the sentence. It could be true today and not tomorrow. That sentence. Do you think that sentence has a truth value? Does that proposition have a truth value?
Yes.
Okay.
It is making a truth claim.
Right. And if that truth claim is subsumed under the meaning of the claim itself, then that truth claim itself can be not true tomorrow, and it's self-defeating.
Okay.
You don't understand that? This thing itself, this right here. So in other words, the person making this argument doesn't realize that they have this as their dogmatic presupposition that they don't even see is impossible to hold. Because if you admit that this position could be false in the next 5 minutes, it's self-refuting.
Okay. So that makes sense. I feel like I get precept now, but like why does logical laws have to exist in a divine mind? Like why are these universals mind dependent?
Well, because number one, what are they, where are they, how are they, and what is the reason that we have to believe in them? And you can't just say, well, they just are. Okay, just are what? Just are where? Just are how? Right? So just saying that they are is in no way giving an account for them. If I believe in a Christian paradigm and worldview, then it actually makes sense why there would be universals, because we have a divine mind who's omniscient, has intentionality, meaning that he creates a world with purpose, meaning that these things have meaning and purpose. If the world has no purpose, which the word there is disteleological, then none of these things actually have any meaning, because they don't have any ultimate reference point, right? They might just be here today and gone tomorrow. So if you have a world that's designed with telos and with order and with structure and with meaning, then it makes sense why you would be able to ground it in what's called divine conceptualism. That these entities, these objects, have to be, and they don't exist on their own, right? Because they don't exist in a vacuum. Like universals relate to mathematics, to numbers, to the laws of logic. All those things relate to one another. Okay, well, where are they? Well, what's going to string this golden pearl string together? Well, we need some kind of being with an omniscient mind and who's all powerful and in all places at all times. That is the thing that grounds and holds these things together. In the same way that your mind houses and stores a whole bunch of things, concepts, meanings, right, in one immaterial thing.
Okay, so I see that you're pointing out that the atheist doesn't have a justification of where they are, but just because your opponent can't explain it yet, that doesn't necessarily logically.
It's not even that. It's not even that they can't explain it. It's that their whole worldview actually makes knowledge impossible. It's an even stronger claim than just not being able to explain it. It's that if their position were true, knowledge would be impossible.
Okay, but like, why does it not logically necessarily follow that it's a mind and not something else that they're grounded in?
Well, I mean, if you want to come up with something, you could posit something else. But I mean, there's nothing else that we know of other than by the analogy of the human mind to make like the mind, the conceptualist analogy that I made, right? Like your mind houses a bunch of concepts, a bunch of ideas, a bunch of meaning. And so divine revelation tells us that God has a mind. Our minds are made in the image of God's mind. And God's mind works in an analogous way, but not in a one-to-one correspondence way, because God's thoughts are infinitely above our thoughts. But divine revelation tells us that the principle of the Logos is the very thing that gives us that metaphysical unity that we're seeking for. And it's not just an impersonal force, it's a personal God who creates with meaning and intentionality. So the point is that the Christian worldview as a whole, in terms of the total revelation of who God is, and what history is, and who man is, etc., that is a grounding and a holistic account that makes sense of how there can be these things. It doesn't give you an exhaustive explanation for everything, but no worldview can do that. But it does give you an account for how knowledge is possible. And the point is that when you contrast that worldview to the atheist worldview, the materialist worldview, not only is it not able to give an account, it actually makes knowledge impossible.
Okay, I'll look in to see if any atheist has even provided some explanation as to grounding for universals. But I would be curious as to, like, when you say that the only thing we've seen is that we only, like, experience concepts being in our mind.
Well, it's not just that, though. I mean, there's other aspects to this. Like, there's the problem of the one and the many, which we would say is resolved via the Trinity. There's the, objectivity of ethics that we think is grounded in a personal, living, holy, eternal God versus no basis for ethics in an atheist worldview. So I was just focusing on the metaphysics, but it's not like the whole argument hinges on universals. There's also the epistemic element and the ethical element, because our argument, our view is that all of these things hang and fall together. In other words, every metaphysical claim that you believe in or think that you know is also, by extension, a knowledge claim. And by the way, any metaphysic is also necessarily part of an ethical claim. Because, for example, to say that there is the good, you could say, well, that's ethics. Oh, but wait a minute. The good, if we're talking metaphysics, is also a metaphysical claim. And if I claim to know what the good is, then I've now gone into all three domains of philosophy with just talking about the good. So in other words, all of those things go together, and the transcendental argument is not hinging just on metaphysics. You might hear me use that angle a lot, like if I'm arguing with the dude the other night who was talking about he wanted to have universal ethics, but he didn't believe in universals. And I'm like, how's that possible? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. So to answer your point about atheists, though, most atheists don't believe in universals. So they're going to out of hand reject the existence of universals.
Mm-hmm. So I get that your whole paradigm like supports these other things. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I get that like your paradigm also solves the problem of the one and the many, but I'm still not understanding how it's not empiricist in nature to say that because we only experience concepts in our own mind, that a divine mind must be the only thing that can ground them. Because I feel like for this like specific argument to be logically sound from start to finish as like a definite proof, you have to assert that these universals can only be grounded in a mind, because otherwise you're not excluding all other possible worldviews.
Well, I mean, again, it's not just the question of where do you ground the universals, because universals don't stand alone. Like I said, it's also the question of, for example, you couldn't have a coherent worldview without having a notion of telos and a notion of causation. So causation and teleology are just as important as universals. They're not identical to them, but they're metaphysical categories that are absolutely necessary to the possibility of knowledge at all. So even though I might focus on one thing like universals, like there's these other things too that are just as necessary and just as fundamental to even having knowledge at all. And those things can't be just asserted to arbitrarily be. How are they? Where are they? What are they? And the divine mind from divine revelation is what grounds those things for us. So in other words, there's not going to be an exhaustive, perfect definition or explanation of every one of these things. There is an account for how they are. And contrasted to the other position, you don't have to know all the other worldviews, because there's not actually an infinite number of worldviews that can even give accounts for those things. Giving an account is not telling a story. Giving an account is making it work. You see what I'm saying? That's different than just saying, because I mean, if somebody could just say, well, there are these little gnomes and they exist inside of every object, and their job is to project the meaning of the object into my mind. And even though we don't see them, well, look, that makes it work. So here's a great story about the little gnomes inside the objects that project the meaning to my mind. Well, little gnomes can't unify the meaning of these things because they're a bunch of little gnomes, right? So, I mean, and plus we don't really have any basis to think that there are little gnomes inside of objects. But anyway, what was your question about empiricism? I got off track there with the gnomes. But.
Yeah, so I was just asking, like, if you're saying that to ground, to make the claim that God must exist because universals must be grounded in a divine mind, you must make the claim that these concepts have to exist outside your mind, but that's based on sense experience.
Yeah, but it's not okay. But
concept in your mind.
No, it's not just based on sense experience. It's based on, first of all, like what those objects themselves are. I mean, they're abstract, immaterial, invariant things. Okay, like the number 7 can't just be an object in my mind, because like where in my head is the number 7 that's identical to the number 7 in your head? And if something like a law of logic or even a law of nature, like you can't say that they're just in the mind, the human mind, because they would no longer be law-like if they were just reduced to gray matter.
Mm-hmm.
You're no longer talking about a law anymore if they don't have some sort of universal quality to them.
Yeah, I get how the claim necessarily follows that they must exist outside of the human mind, but I don't understand how it necessarily follows that the thing they must exist in that is divine is mind-like. Like, why does it have to be a mind?
Because the only way that... So if you look at the argument that Lyle makes in his book, Ultimate Proof, the second chapter, which is about information science, he makes a great point that all meaningful information that we've ever known of or ever experienced, it always originates in some mind with purpose and intentionality. So there's no such thing as a mind that doesn't have some person directing that meaningful action or meaning. Does that make sense?
Right. So you just made the claim, though, that whenever we experience information that's meaningful, it always comes from a mind. So isn't that an empiricist claim to say that because we...
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, this is called a category error, right? So it doesn't matter like whether I'm appealing to, like I could start the transcendental argument from a pencil. It doesn't mean that I think pencils have metaphysical or epistemic priority just because I begin my argument from them. So you're thinking that because I appeal to something like reasoning or logic or whatever, that gives them epistemic priority, or that means empiricism is true? No. I can make an argument for God's existence from empirical knowledge. That does not make me an empiricist, nor does it mean that the knowledge is self-evident or in some way not theory-laden. That's a category error.
Okay. I don't quite understand why it's not considered to be self-evident if it's necessary to assume something based off of sense data.
Because that's not what self-evidence means. Self-evidence is a notion in foundationalist epistemology that there are fundamental axioms that are not circular and don't require any other things to back them up. And when you hear me say that there's nothing that is a brute fact, and when I say everything is theory-laden, that is me rejecting that.
Okay. All right.
So in other words, if I start my argument from the pen, it doesn't mean that I believe pens are self-evident or that they're not theory-laden. Because I can start the argument from anything. I could say that the existence of monkeys requires the triune God. That wouldn't make monkeys self-evident. It wouldn't make... It's just because where I start my argument has nothing to do with what I think has... necessarily what I think has epistemic or metaphysical priority. Like the number one, it's the first in an ordinal sequence. It doesn't have more number than the number two.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be a category error to think that, well, the number one is first, so it's more number than the number two.
Okay.
If I make an argument for God's existence from ethics, and I start with ethical claims, I'm just picking something within my paradigm to start from. But that doesn't mean that I'm denying that my entire paradigm is a web of beliefs which are all interconnected with one another. So this is called epistemic holism, and it's contrasted to something like foundationalism or the notion of self-evidence, which again I don't think exists.
Oh, okay. That sentence just made it all come together for me. I totally get it now. Thank you so much.
So think about your worldview the way I see it. Think about your worldview like a book, right? And, something maybe like the Bible even, something that's like a complex, holistic book. And you can go to parts of the book, but really the parts assume the whole, right? And they only make sense in regard to the whole book, right?
Yeah.
So even though I'm picking certain parts of the book, I'm starting with Joshua, right? That doesn't mean that if I start with Joshua, that I think Joshua is more Bible than, Matthew or Genesis. It's all Bible, but I'm picking somewhere to start with telling the story of the Bible.
Okay, yeah.
And the whole thing is theory-laden, right? Like literally Deuteronomy makes no sense without, all the other parts. It's all theory. It's embedded within a giant network.
Yeah. Well, you responded to all three of the objections very well. I think I get it a lot better now, and I probably wouldn't be attending an Orthodox church without your YouTube channel, so thank you very, very much.
Absolutely. Anytime, Beacon. I appreciate your patience, and those were good questions. Now, I'm not intending really to focus on tag today, but usually whatever I pick, people don't want to talk about that. So, Josh, what's up, dude? Like if I just said, let's talk about Catholicism or something, then all the Gnostic dudes will show up. Go ahead. What's up, man?
Hey, Jay. How's it going?
Yes, sir.
Hey, couple of questions. Feel free to pass it off topic.
I can barely hear you. Can you speak up?
Oh, is this better?
Go ahead.
Yeah, cool. So a couple of questions. Feel free to pass if they're off topic. The first one is about, I guess, the idea of individual existential epistemic certitude, and the worldview that you come from. It seems like there's still a 99%. You can have a 99% certainty, but you can never achieve that 100%. Would you still agree with that from a philosophical standpoint?
I mean, I think that we can have the highest degree of certitude for things like God or, transcendental categories, which, have to be the case for knowledge to be possible. But I mean, I think even if we have at times in our life, bad events or emotional disturbances where maybe even those things we think, well, maybe that's not even true, right? So we might have those passing times where we have a bad day and we feel like, maybe it's all bullcrap or something. I mean, everybody has those kinds of thoughts. So if that's what you mean, that I don't think anybody can escape that. But I think in philosophy, when we talk about, the highest degree of certitude, we're talking about things like, objective laws of logic, presuppositional categories, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, sure. So this would come down to the idea that the Orthodox Christian God or the Orthodox Christian worldview is the best explanation for things kind of reality kind of holistically. And so until there's a better explanation that comes along, that, we have as much or the highest level of certainty that we can have in that worldview. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, I think...
Yeah, cool. Yeah. No, that's fine. I was just getting clarification on that. Awesome. Okay, I do have one question about Sam Harris's idea of his claim about objective morality being, I guess he grounds the idea that evil is, he can describe evil as like a maximally great world of suffering where every living creature is suffering, and that's kind of the yardstick that he would use to measure that. And he would say that that's probably an objective, he would claim objective morality because you can't conceive of a more evil world or a world in which we would just, at least not desire to live in more. Would you say that that's actually an objective grounding, or that's really just a subjective idea of measuring morality, but it still lacks that?
I think it's just arbitrary. Like, I mean, why is that what evil is? How does he know that? Why should we think that? It's just arbitrary.
Maybe because it would be like universal to like the experience of conscious creatures.
Well, how do we know that? I mean, if I'm Sam Harris and I'm an atheist empiricist, how do I have any kind of grounds to make a universal statement?
I guess it would be he would limit the definitions of a universal statement being to that of the minds of conscious creatures.
Well, that wouldn't be universal. So, first of all, how does he know that all minds work that way? Maybe
along that same point before, he can't have 100% certainty.
Well, no, but hold on. So when we used phrases like all, those are called universal quantifiers. So if you say all minds are this way, that's another universal statement. So remember, I mean, if you're familiar with David Hume, then you know that if you're an empiricist, all you ever have is the individual pieces of sense data. And you don't even know if those are a unified whole. Like your individual sense data experiences, there's no reason actually to believe that those things are unified. You have to assume that there's a knower that Kant calls it the transcendental unity of apperception. And he just means that you're assuming that there's a coherent series of pieces of information that fit into a whole story. But you don't actually know if that's the case. You have to assume that there's a self or a knower that has the knowledge. So I'm just pointing out that Sam Harris's problems are far more fundamental than him being able to make these claims about what evil is, because he's not even able to make claims at all. That's why the critique is way more devastating. Like if you can't predicate anything of a class of things because you need a universal, you can't make sentences.
Yeah. So just on that line, would you, you could never say like aliens don't exist or something like that, or
well, that would be a universal negative, and most atheists even say you can't prove a universal negative.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Cool. No, that makes sense. One other quick last question. In Stoicism, I guess the idea of the logos that comes from Stoicism, I've heard you talk about how it, it's very incomplete and it doesn't, fulfill the Christian idea of the logos in any way, because Christ is a personal, he's a person. But would you say that maybe through either natural theology or through, some other way that the Stoic idea of logos is a precursor to Christ before he's like fully revealed?
No, I have an essay where I argue that the logos terminology of John 1 is not from Greek philosophy, but rather from the Hebrew wisdom text. So it comes from like Proverbs 7, 8, Ecclesiastes, Sirach. That's because in the Septuagint, that's all logos, right? Wisdom and whatnot. That's going to be translated to mean the same thing as logos. So, and by the way, all the passages of the Theophanies, the voice of the Lord spoke, the logos of God. That's what it is in the Septuagint. So the logos is all Septuagint stuff, even all the way back to Genesis. I think rather it's the other way around, that Greek philosophy cribbed some of these ideas from the prophets.
What wasn't the first mentions of the logos a couple hundred years before the Septuagint translation? Like I'm just wondering, is it? Like,
it wouldn't matter what the word is, not the point. The point is that the ideas are in Genesis, are in the writings of Solomon, or even Job, right? Although the word of the Lord is present in Genesis, so that's prior to the Septuagint. So it's not
right. Okay.
It's not the question of the word logos. It's the referent. The logos is the second person of the Godhead. I do think though that there is some overlap, that what the Greek philosophers are searching for is what is revealed. It is the second person of the Godhead. But that doesn't mean that it's an equivalence. And
sure.
that's what natural theology is doing. So natural theology is saying, hey, it all means the same thing, man. So we're all worshiping the same God.
Yeah, so you'd say something like that the attributes that is ascribed to the concept of logos in these two different concepts do have an overlap, and so they can be kind of referring to the same.
Well, Paul says they're in Acts 17 that they're grasping in the dark, right? So he says that they're grasping for what was there in Christ. And so Paul says the logos is near you, even in your heart. He's actually citing Deuteronomy when he says that. So the very thing that Marcus Aurelius is writing about as this universal principle of reasoning which governs society, I mean, John is saying that's Christ. But that doesn't mean that there's an equivalence between John 1 and what Marcus Aurelius wrote. Do you see how that there is some overlap, because they're looking for what we have, but Roman Catholics through natural theology take that and say, oh, well, then there's a one-to-one equivalence and they all just mean the same thing. That's where they get classical theism. But that's not true, because the logos of Marcus Aurelius is not the second person of the Godhead. It's, by the way, it's not personal. It's impersonal. And if you go back and read the meditations of Marcus Aurelius, he contradicts himself like 5 times in the book about even explaining what this even is. So how could it be this? How could it be? He's obviously not referring to Jesus when John 1 says it's Jesus.
Sure, I think it's more the idea of the ordered nature of the universe and how the Stoic values are meant to be in line with that, and that's what it means to live, to be fully human. And it kind of has some overlap with some Christian thought. But I guess my question really is, do you think that maybe John had specifically used that term as a stepping stone for the thought of people in that day, or is it really exclusively from the Septuagint text?
No, I think my view is that John is saying, hey, if you're out there and you're into Greek philosophy, the things that Marcus Aurelius is grasping for, it's right here in the person of the Logos, Jesus.
Yeah, sure.
So I think he is appealing to them, but the Roman Catholics get that wrong when they say, well, that just means we're all worshiping the same thing, and it's called classical theism, and it's the same. I mean, when you look at the definition of what classical theism is, like literally Phaser says, the God of Aristotle, the God of Averroes, the God of Avicenna, the God of Plato, and the God of Augustine, and the God of Aquinas are all the same God. Well, that's preposterous, but that's what they think it leads to.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks a lot, Jay. Much appreciated.
Yeah, great questions. Yeah, those are really good questions. Demetrius, what's up, man? How you doing? Hey, Jamie, could you make me a coffee and bring me a one of those holistic allergy pills? I got epistemic holism, and I got holistic allergy pills. So we're all about that holistic approach up here. You got to unmute, man.
Hey, Joey. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm an inquirer into Orthodoxy, and I'm coming from a perennialist background right now. And I wanted to pick your brain a bit about a few things, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So, as Christ being the eternal Logos, I'm my main that's not the word, problem generally with Orthodoxy, the exoteric aspect of it is how can the Logos, which is eternal, pre-existent, and one with the Father, can be personalized uniquely into the personhood of Jesus of Nazareth, let's say. How would you reconcile the fact that the eternity of God had to be only personified in that instance?
Well, the first thing I would correct is the idea that he was, quote, personalized in Jesus of Nazareth. That's a Nestorian view. So we would out of hand reject the Nestorian view that there's this historical person, Jesus of Nazareth, and this other person, the Logos. For us, by the time you get to the Fifth Council, person is more specifically referring to the subject or the agent. And so the subject of the person of the Logos is an eternal second subject in the triad. And so the only subject, Cyril says at Ephesus, after the incarnation, and in all of the incarnate acts, this is quoting Cyril, is the one subject of the divine Logos, identical to the subject of the eternal second person. So they're the same subject. So the humanity that Christ assumed is not a subject, it's not personal, but it's fully human. And that's super, super crucial for getting why our position is not the Nestorian position, and it's not some sort of tertium quid position. It's the second person of the Godhead assuming human nature, and thereby the human nature becomes inhypostatized or exists in the mode of the divine person that assumed it. So,
but can I,
go ahead.
Sorry.
Sure.
How can the human part be non-personified? There's no such thing as an unpersonified human.
No. So listen very closely, because that's what the word inhypostatized is addressing. The very objection that you're making is addressed at the Fifth Council in the Theology of Leontius of Jerusalem, who says that it's considered in itself, or the humanity qua humanity, is impersonal. But it exists now in the mode of the divine person that assumed it. And so it is inhypostatic, meaning that it exists in the mode of the divine person that assumed it. So it's not personal in itself. It's personal because a divine person now owns it and has it.
Okay, I think I understand. It's pretty complex, honestly. I need to do a little more studying.
Yeah, well, I could tell you that, like, what you want to read is the Dr. Kenneth Vesha's book, The Christology of Saint Justinian.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't catch it. Dr.
Kenneth Vesha, Wesche, and his book is called, it's about the Fifth Council, and it's a very short book. It's not a long, difficult read. It's called The Christology of Emperor Justinian. And he's basically just saying what the decision, and it has an appendix that has the edict of the Fifth Council there. And it's basically just saying all the stuff that I just told you is what's in there.
So you would say, I've watched some of your other stuff, and we had the debate with a perennialist. I have to say, I don't think he did the school enough. It kind of melts into this, the things you critique with natural theology and Catholicism, like let's all
right. Well, and to be
kumbaya.
Yeah, to be clear though, I am aware that a lot of times there was a person that came close to Orthodoxy some years back who was a scholar, a perennialist. And he ended up not becoming Orthodox because he was wedded to the perennialist idea that the logos could not be in time and space, and so he ended up being a Nestorian. So he maintained his perennialism. I forget that guy's name. If I thought about it for a while, I could figure out who. He's a pretty well-known academic scholar, but he was making kind of the same point you're making, and he was just saying that look, it's just not possible for the eternal to be in any one place in time and space. And I would just say, if you go back to the beginning of tonight's talk, I was talking about the Theophanies, and that's kind of like one of our presuppositions. Rather than a dialectic of either or, well, either God's eternal or he's in time and space and changeable, the revelation that we have is that it's a both and. God in his essence is unknowable, unchangeable, impassible, but he's also able to be in time and space and to do things, and to do different things in a way that we don't understand, but we accept it because divine revelation tells us that it's the uncreated glory that's at Mount Sinai. It's the uncreated glory that comes down in the tabernacle, hanging out with Moses and Aaron.
I would say that it's a problem, at least for me and other perennialists that I know, that the divine, the second person of the Trinity, for example, the Logos cannot enter time and space. The more problem has to do with like divine providence, and I see this in a lot of perennialist writing, both from Schuon and Guénon, that God could not possibly leave humanity in without access to part of the Logos throughout the ages before the revelation of Christ.
Well, I don't think we say that. We say that that's one of the meanings and the purposes of the descent into Hades, is that when he went to Hades,
he just preached there.
Yeah,
correct.
He preached to everybody.
But what about the living historicity, like within the civilizations that passed and went, rather than the dead after they passed? How can they produce any good fruits, as Jesus says, you shall know them by their fruits? While lacking the Logos, it would. If we
hold on.
That
so
evil is
well, first of all, we don't think that they lack the Logos. I mean, how could they? I mean, John says that Christ lighteth every man that cometh into the world. So there's no like getting away from the Logos. So, but whether that doesn't necessarily mean that they're in the church, but it means that they do have access to Logos. And that's why the Church Fathers talked about the Logos spermaticos, right? The seeds of the Logos are everywhere.
Yeah.
But when it comes to salvation, I would say that the Church Fathers discuss the possibility of even those people coming to know Christ via the harrowing of Hades. Mm-hmm. And there's some dispute and difference, but Cyril says that if a man lived righteously, and when Christ went to Hades, that a righteous man would already be prepared to accept the Logos.
Right.
I think John Damascus even thinks that it might be possible for all the dead. So I don't know what the right answer is there, but it's because it's speculating. But I think the point the Church Fathers are getting at is that God's not unfair. Like he's going to be accessible to everyone who's interested.
One last question is very hyper specific. So if you don't, it's fine. You can skip it. what would you say that any religious and experience before the revelation of Christ, and obviously outside of Israel and the prophets, would it only be demonic? A Platonist or Heraclitus or just anybody that had some sort of any religious experience from either a ritual or from prayer, just from his own natural instinct, not natural, the divinely inspired instincts within him, would it all be demonic? Because let's say he's invoking Apollo.
Well, I would say that if they're directly invoking a false god, that would be idolatrous. But I wouldn't say that every prayer of every person everywhere is demonic, even if they're not a Christian. I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay.
But if it's like specifically like, oh, Apollo, I would say that's no good.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Also, as I think about this too, I'll tell you what you would like, because I had a phase of being interested in perennialism. I read a bunch of the Ganon and Shuon, those people. I would say you would probably resonate with Saint Maximus the Confessor. So I would say read the Cosmic
Mystery of Christ. I've been listening to it. Like, this is mainly what made me come online tonight. I've been listening to it, and it's really...
Now, yeah, if you want to get even deeper, there is a great paper by Stephen Clark on Maximus the Confessor and how the eternal enters into time and space. That's a good paper to read. I would also recommend, if you want to get really deep, you can go and read the Ambigua of St. Maximus. But that's probably one of the most challenging of all the patristic books.
Okay.
But it gets into a lot of the questions that you're asking.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, anytime. And also that the Kenneth Vesha book is good, just on kind of explaining what in hypostatic means, or in the mode of the persons. But John Damascus is on the Orthodox faith. Book 3 also addresses all those questions. Techno Shaman. I'm sore. We went to the gym, so my whole body is kind of sore. What's up, man?
Hey,
yes, sir.
long time listener. I'm kind of, I would say, the eternal sophomore, where I like to get into a bunch of different subjects regarding religion, but never really master any of them specifically. And I was wondering if I could ask a question about the creation story. I've been a lifelong Christian, back and forth out of the church, and actually I'm going to considering becoming a catechumen in Orthodoxy. My question comes to, when it comes to measuring time in the Old Testament, especially during the Genesis and Exodus times, they talk about people living for like 900 years, 300 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to maybe use that as a basis for when Moses was writing down, Genesis and Exodus, that's who we believe was the author, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So then if, those ages in a year for the people is normally measured in like events that are happening, not so necessarily chronological 365 days, right? Would that open up the possibility for the 6-day creation story, where the days aren't necessarily measuring 24-hour days, but possibly an era or a stage in creation that would take longer than 24 hours?
Yeah, I'm familiar with this argument. I would say I disagree with that, because there's a good book by James Jordan on this very question called Creation in 6 Days. And one of the strongest arguments that he makes in that book, which I think is convincing, is that the very week itself is premised on the Genesis week, right? So the week that we know of, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday, obviously. Like, that's the structure of the week in Genesis. So it wouldn't really make any sense to think that the creation week with its Sabbath is not the week that we know of as a week.
Gotcha. And then would that have any connection with the Byzantine calendar in the Orthodoxy? Does that also?
Yeah, I think it would. I think it would have a connection to that. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for the recommendation. I'll look that up. Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, I just got a version of that book, the newer. It's at a couple printings, and I just got my copy of it the other day, by the way. Young Swain, what's up, dude? Go ahead. You gotta unmute.
Oh, shoot, sorry. Hi, I'm an Orthodox inquirer. I was raised Protestant, but I just have a question with something you mentioned about like Catholicism.
Uh-huh.
I think you like kind of mentioned it in passing, but it was like it was just like super weird. You said there was like stories of how there was like they'd be climaxing, and they would say it was like Jesus or something.
Yeah, this is well known. This is the spiritual orgasms of Teresa. I mean, that's what that famous Teresa of Avila, I think.
Oh.
The one where she
Okay.
that famous sculpture where she's like, passing out. That's her having her spiritual, what?
Yeah. Okay. And you're probably tired of getting this, but I like why would you pray to a saint?
It's this piece of art here. And they're even asking like this website, I don't know what this is, but it's like, does Bernini's ecstasy of Saint Teresa cross the line? Because she's clearly intended to be having an orgasm in the piece of art here.
Okay.
It's Bernini's big famous statue where the angel's like about to stab her with the arrow.
Mm.
Do you know what I'm talking about? The piece of art.
No, not really.
It's one of the
I'll
most.
just look it up.
It's one of the most famous sculptures in the world. Like, you have to be familiar with it. Bernini's Ecstasy of Saint Teresa.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's supposed to be her in quote ecstasy, right?
Yeah.
But you see how the Roman Catholic position is like. There's one of the things we noticed, for example, when we went to Rome a few months ago on the Orthodox pilgrimage, is that when you go to all the Roman Catholic churches in Italy, the artwork, and I mean I'm not anti-artwork, but it's all very sensuous. Like, everything is about sensuality and emotion. Like, every apostle, everybody is like just enraptured in emotional stances and poses. And it's just night and day with what you see in the unanimity, for the most part, of Orthodox iconography. It's just totally different.
Okay.
Anyway, so that's all. What was your second question?
Oh, I was just like asking, like why would you pray to a saint for intercession?
Well, for example, in Genesis, we see Abraham interceding for Sodom and Gomorrah, for Lot. We see in the book of Amos intercedes and saves all of Israel. And if living people have the ability to intercede, how much more those who are who have gone on to be in the presence of God? And that's why in the book of Revelation, if you read chapters 5, 6, 7, and 8,
Yeah, the prayers of the saints. Yeah.
well, the saints in heaven are under the altar praying for the saints on earth and offering up their prayers. So it's an extension of the doctrine of the communion of saints, basically.
Mm. And
also, by the way, in David's Psalms, he addresses and asks for the angels to do things. And the Psalms are liturgical prayers.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm from Seattle, and the only like Orthodox church is the Greek Orthodox Church and some Coptic ones. And I know you've said something about like how they're more like liberal.
Well, Coptics
like,
aren't
schisms.
Orthodox, so they're in schism. They're not part of the Orthodox Church.
Okay.
But I was speaking in generalities. So what you have to do is go and see on a parish by parish basis, because not every ROCOR church is good. I mean, it's probably overall the most conservative of the jurisdictions. But I mean, there's like there's some bad versions of that. So you can't like, there's no like one size like, oh, I just go with this one, because there's going to be, you know, Greek Orthodox priests that are good.
Okay. Yeah, that was everything I had.
Yeah, good questions. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about jurisdictions if you're a new convert. But I mean, Coptic or not Orthodox, that's a different thing. Z, what's up, Z? Go ahead, man. Uh-huh.
So, new listener, kind of new to looking into the church fathers, been a Protestant my whole life here. I just thought I'd ask the question of if there was one resource where you'd have somebody start as far as looking into Orthodoxy, where would you send them?
Are you coming from the vantage point of somebody who is like Protestant and looking in, or atheist, or sometimes I recommend the book depending on the background? What's your background?
Yeah, long lifetime Protestant.
Let me see if this book is still in print. Let's see here. Yeah, so it looks like it is. The Way, What Every Protestant Should Know About Orthodoxy by Dr. Clark Carlton is a classic.
All right, man. Appreciate it. I'm enjoying getting back and learning from you guys. So thanks for the streams.
Yeah, anytime. I would start there, and then you know, if you work through that one, then I would move on to something with a little more Orthodox meat in it. Something like Vladimir Lossky's. Any of his books are good. Mystical Theology, Vision of God. Trying to remember the other one that I read not so long ago. Any of his books are pretty much good. Friesen, what's up, man?
Hello.
Yo.
Hey, someone brought this up to me earlier, and I just didn't really know how to respond. In Genesis 4, do you think Cain, fearing for his life and settling in the land of Nod, suggests the presence of other people not from the lineage of Adam and Eve? I was just wondering what your interpretation of that was.
Yeah, I think that Father Rose addresses this in the Genesis book, but I didn't bring that with me down here, so it's at another place, like 500 miles away. So I don't remember what exactly he says about it, but I think going from memory, it's sort of like, I think we're supposed to assume that it wasn't just Cain and Abel, like they had a bunch of other offspring.
Right, okay. And like Cain's wife would have been from like his sisters, or?
Yeah, I think at that time, like there wouldn't have been as much of a, like, it would have been, God would have allowed it to be doable, because just like the way that people lived much longer, the closer to Eden, like the longer people lived, you know, with like Methuselah and people like that.
Right.
So there's something about like the further that we get away from Eden, the more the fall affects us. And so presumably there wouldn't have been these bizarre effects at that time to marry, you know, a sister.
Right. All right, thank you, Jay. I appreciate all the work you do, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going from memory. I think that's what, I haven't looked at that in a long time though. But I also think a lot of what is going on in Genesis, like a lot of it we don't know. Like we're not told a lot of that ancient world stuff, like what exactly was going on, and a lot of it's just kind of left in the unknown. Like all these like antediluvian ancient civilizations, these megaliths and all this kind of stuff. I have no idea. Like, I mean, I have no, like, Book of Enoch type stuff. I mean, to me that seems reasonable, but like we just don't know about a lot of this stuff. Eliot. I mean, I'm open to hearing all kinds of different, you know, positions or whatever, but go ahead, Eliot. I do still think some of these like ancient megalithic structures, to me that suggests, you know, like there were titans at some point. I mean, that seems logical to me. And if we believe the Deuterocanon, there's like 4 places in the Deuterocanonical books that explicitly say that it was Titans. So I know that a lot of people believe that it's the godly line of Seth in Genesis 6. I've never thought that was very convincing. And if you have, once I believe that the Deuterocanonical books, you've got 4 places that explicitly say it's Titans. So to me, that's a pretty strong argument against the godly line of Seth view. Oh, man. Ugh, this is crazy. It's like the most intense allergies ever. Sapphire, what's up, man? Hey, Jamie, could you bring me one of those Allercetins? Go ahead and unmute, man.
It's about Prince in the book of Genesis, I believe.
Say what now? I can't hear you, man. What's up?
Genesis?
Your mic is cutting in and out, so maybe come back out and come back in. So it's just so weird. Everybody, like, whatever the topics are, I'm not mad. I'm not fussing it. It's just nobody ever wants to talk about, like, if I put up Protestantism, Catholicism, Islam, Gnostic, Hebrew roots, then everybody wants to talk about Genesis. If I were to put up Genesis, creation, early man, then every Hebrew roots, Black Hebrew Israelite quack would call in Dorde Dimitri. I'm just laughing. Don't get your feelings hurt. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I want to talk about Hebrew roots. Like, they always talk in the Revelation. You have like appearance of Jesus in the heaven. Like, he have golden. He have skin like golden brass, hot. But if you think about it, when you heat up the metal, he become white. Like that is actually against their arguments that he was black.
Yeah, it's such a low tier argument, but yeah, I don't know where they think that brass makes you a black dude. Like, what?
Yeah, and it said like heat up, like, so that means that it shines, and that his body is shining.
Now, for those that don't know, the Black Hebrew Israelites will argue that when the text talks about Jesus appearing, like blazing, like white hot iron, like brass or what, like brass doesn't look like a black dude. I don't know where this is just so crazy.
And what more, like Hebrews and other like sect and cults, I don't really know what is their next move. Like, okay, let's accept all your premises. Jesus was black. So what? Like, okay, let's say that in Israel they were not white, that today Jews are fake, and that in the past Jews were black. Still, so what? Like, still we need Jesus' salvation. Like, they don't have next move for me.
That's a good question. I mean, I think that once you do get past that question, like, they don't really care about anything else. So one of the, a lot of times the marks of a cult is to pick some kind of like really weird thing like that, and then that's the one pet doctrine that they care about. And then if you believe in the Trinity or Anti-Trinitarian, none of that even matters. So the rest, like those cults are all over the place when it comes to all these other doctrines. But I would suspect that where do they go next? Well, in my opinion, they're going to go next to wherever the feds that are infiltrating them try to honey trap them into. So I would not be surprised if you don't see them acting out in some way, because they seem to very easily kind of fall over into some of these militancy type operations. It reminds me of that dude that Jesse Lee Peterson had on. We were talking about him to Tristan the other day. I just went blank on this guy's name, but he started like the Black Militia, and then Jesse Lee Peterson had him on. And although he's not like a Hebrew roots person, he's very adjacent to this kind of stuff, the Black Hebrew Israelite stuff. Anyway, this guy ended up he's in jail now because of being so kind of crazy militant type dude. But
Yeah.
that's what I would
Yes.
suggest, is that that's probably where they're going to be goaded into.
And I would like to add up on previous, I believe, Dimitris guy question. He asked specifically prayers in old Israel and in today church. So they're outside, like prayers to God. And it is really easy answer. Like you had Melchizedek that was outside of Israel, and he was righteous priest that was giving prayers, but he was not inside of Israel.
Yeah,
So-
and that's true. We did cover Melchizedek in some depth the other day. In fact, I wrote an article on my Substack about how Melchizedek was obviously a Gentile, but he was a Gentile priest of Israel, because he's called the priest king of Salem. Salem is identified in the Psalms as Jerusalem. So it was actually the property of the righteous before the Canaanites and the Jebusites took it. So the conquering the Promised Land is actually the reconquering of the Promised Land taken by the pagans from the righteous. We don't have the details on that, but that's something that I'd never noticed until I was rereading Genesis and noticed that, well, if Abraham is like obviously 400, 500 years before all of that, taking the Promised Land, then if he's giving obeisance to Melchizedek, and Melchizedek is superior, as the argument of Hebrews 7 goes, then that means that Salem was a righteous place prior to it being taken over by the pagans.
Yes, and some of my teachers, because I already finished have a diploma in Orthodox theology, and some of my teachers said that even Job,
Yes, I was going to say Job. Some people say Job was a Gentile priest as well.
yeah, and it does be specifically that he was Israel. So there are a lot of people that are not.
Wait, what did you say? I didn't catch that. It says what?
That he wasn't from he wasn't Jew.
Right, exactly, right.
So yes, so some of my teachers said that to me. So I was thinking okay, I can add up to answer to.
That's true. Yeah, I should have gone into more detail. You're correct there. Yeah, I thought he was asking more specifically, what about all of the pagan nations dying? I didn't. But yeah, you're technically there was a witness to God amongst the pagans, or amongst, I wouldn't even call them pagan. I mean, I don't know what to call it. They're Trinitarian worshipers outside of Israel, and they have some sort of priesthood. But that's what we're told. By the way, it also says that, I just remembered too, Jethro. It also says Jethro was a priest of God. But we're not told about, well, what? Because, the Aaronic priest is Aaron. So how was Jethro a priest of God? I remember the first time I read Genesis, I didn't understand. How could Exodus. How could Jethro be a priest?
Yes, and what more? I would like to right now to jump back on Hebrew Israelites. In Orthodox Church, our saints actually seen Jesus. Some of our saints during their lifetime, and they never claimed he was different than from the icons. So. So I think that we can use that argument. In Orthodox Church, you have saints, a lot of saints that seen Jesus, and they never claimed that he was different from.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, so if he was a black dude, we would have had some testimony or witness to this.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good point. Yeah.
Okay. That. So let other people speak.
Yeah, thank you. Great comments there, and thank you for reminding me of those other points. Elliot, what's up, man?
Hello?
Yes, sir. What's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, how are you doing today? So, been listening for a while. I'm from non-denominational background. Appreciate you taking the time to answer these questions and stuff.
Sure.
Really appreciate it. It's been very impactful for me. So, particularly, I come out of like the sovereign grace background. Was raised in the church, like C.J. Mahaney, Josh Harris, like that type of branch of non-denominationalism. And one of the questions that I've been inquiring into Orthodoxy of attended a few divine liturgy, and something that's really stuck out to me as a difference is the difference in the worship style. So I was just wondering if you could shed some light on why the Orthodox Church traditionally avoids musical instruments in worship, and what are some potential drawbacks or theological concerns associated with the use of these instruments in non-denominational worship.
Yeah, I think that if you watch the documentary that my buddy Lewis made, is a really good documentary called Orthodox Worship, Old and New Testament. By the way, this is that dude I was trying to think of. His name is Grandmaster J. I know you think that that's me. I'm the real Grandmaster J, but there is this other Grandmaster J who is formerly was the head of the NFAC coalition, which is like a black militant group. Anyway, so this interview is very comical if you want to watch something funny between Jesse Lee Peterson, who's the most unintentionally funny dude on the internet, and this militant dude. It's a pretty wild conversation. But anyway, so basically I think the answer is just that the liturgical worship of the temple was very precise, and when the apostles were, what you could say, establishing liturgical worship for the various sees that they set up, they basically formulated a liturgy that was a combination of both elements of the temple and elements of the synagogue. And they did that to make it easily multipliable amongst the nations. Okay. So a lot of things that might hamper the spread were kind of like, I'm assuming, because we don't know all the details, we just kind of have tradition to go by, I'm assuming were seen as not necessary. So there's nothing inherently wrong with having instruments that you use to sing to God. But I think in the setting of the liturgy of the church, the apostles determined that it just wasn't the wisest approach. It wasn't necessary for our era, and that it was easier for the church to spread without trying to set up like a giant orchestra or whatever Protestants try to do. So,
okay. So like another kind of side speculation that I have, I just wonder if there's anybody's written on this or has kind of.
Well, can I add to this that I am not an expert in liturgical history. I've read multiple books on liturgy, but when it comes to specifics of like that, I don't actually know a lot of the argumentation. I can tell you two good books to read on the overview of this, though. Hugh Wybrew's book, The Byzantine Liturgy, is good. Okay. And then the Williams and Anstall book called Orthodox Worship, Living Continuity with the Temple and the Synagogue. Okay. Those are both really good books, and they kind of formed the basis for the documentary that my buddy Lewis made. And I'll pull that up here on the screen. But I'm not actually sure about all the specifics. And it's not, like I was saying about Genesis, and I'll let Father Moses, he might know more about this than me, but some of the stuff, like, we don't know, right? Like, we don't know everything about what was going on at a lot of these churches in the 1st and 2nd century, so we kind of just have traditions to go by. I'm not saying that tradition is relativized or that it doesn't matter, but I'm just saying that there's a lot of things we don't know, right?
Yeah. Well, one of the inferences that just kind of through looking into stuff is, you have stringed instruments coming from Jubal, and brass instruments coming from Tubal Cain, and they're all of offspring of Cain. So I wondered if there's
Well, I mean, but like when they organized the temple, when Hezekiah organizes the temple, or when they organized the temple worship in the days of Hezekiah, it's like 200 years after David, and they have a tradition where they do utilize all the instruments. So it could be a situation where, like certain elements of the Levitical law, the church fathers saw this as something that was too tied to the worship of Israel.
Okay.
I'm speculating because it's. I mean, I suppose it's entirely possible that they could have allowed for instruments. Now, in the tradition of the Coptics or the Tewahedo, I think they actually do like mild liturgical dance, and they even like hit a drum. I don't know how old that tradition is. It could be a pre-schism tradition. I don't actually know. Again, I'm not a liturgy expert, so those are great questions though. But now maybe, and by the way, there are many people who are experts on liturgical history.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, those are great questions.
Yeah, you there, Jay?
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, so two things. Number one is musical instruments were seen as a condescension in the Old Testament. So they were considered to be kind of, from what I understand, and I think this was actually something I learned in a class in seminary, they were actually seen as being a lower form of worship, more of an accommodation to people, maybe to entertain or keep them engaged, whereas the worship of the church was the higher form of worship, which was just a cappella. But it's also seen in the antiphonal singing that I think is it St. John Damascene? Maybe I'm wrong. Who goes into heaven and sees the antiphonal singing of the angels? And
Isaiah sees that in Isaiah 6.
Okay, so the understanding is that basically antiphonal singing, or just musical singing of itself, is the higher and heavenly form of worship, and musical instruments are lower and not considered to be as spiritual. So I actually have to log off, but I just wanted to tell you two funny things. One of which was we were leaving church today, and I said, boys, I can't remember, I pulled up to listen to something, and they said, oh, or can we listen to like a podcast or something? And I said, well, what do you guys want to listen to? They're like, we want to listen to Jay Dyer. And I'm not kidding. I was on the drive home. They're like, we want to listen to Jay Dyer. We want to listen to a podcast where they're like talking and debating and stuff. And I was like, man.
All right, well, I'll try to be on my best behavior and not corrupt anybody then.
But I was like, man, that was pretty cool, man. So I was like, all right, because, sometimes we'll be driving or doing something, or we'll be hanging out the house and I'll have this on. So it's funny, they're soaking it in and enjoying it. So that's really cool. So.
Well, hey, I appreciate that. I'm honored. Thank you, Father.
All right, God bless you. Bye for now.
Man, I've never seen the allergies this bad here. This is crazy. Like, I'm sneezing like every 5 minutes. What the heck is going on? It's grass. That's what I thought. And then I know you're all going to make weed jokes. It's grass allergies. Tech Blue, what's up, dude? Man, the grass is the next level, dude.
Hey, man.
Yes, sir.
So, just for context before I start, right now I'm searching for a faith. So I'm not a Muslim, but I've watched your videos and Sam Shamoun, and I also watch Bart Ehrman. And from what I've concluded is that the Muslims are kind of right about the corruption and the Bible. So I don't know what to make of it.
Well, I think that's kind of hard to stomach because of the absurdities of what's going on in the Quran. And I mean, if we want to boil it down to the most basic thing, I mean, the Quran many times over assumes and presupposes that you can go to the Bible to vindicate and check that the message of what Muhammad is teaching is consistent with what came before. And you'll notice that no Muslims are using the argument that the Bible's corrupt until many, many centuries after Muhammad. So why does the Quran in many, many places assume that I, as a listener at that time, can go and check what the Quran says against the prior revelation of the Christians and the Jews. How could that be possible if the prior revelation was all jumbled up and was all a mistake? And if you watch the debate that I did with Daniel Hakikachu, I gave the multiple examples from the Gabriel Said Reynolds book, where he goes through about 10 or 15 examples of stories that the Quran like completely jumbles up, that come from the seven sleepers of Ephesus story, from the Talmud, from the Bible. like you don't see how that would be way more devastating than something like scribal errors in the Bible.
Yeah, but don't they say that it's not the words, it's the interpretation of them. Like, it's not what is written. It's not what is written in the Bible. It's like the interpretation that people have of.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, if you want to do that, then I'm happy to go to the... Actually, most Muslims don't say that. They say the Bible is corrupted. But if you want to go to any of the Bible texts, I mean, it's very easy to demonstrate that the Quran contradicts the Bible. Do you think they're in continuity?
Kind of. Because...
Okay, well, go ahead.
If their argument is right, we don't know what happened before, because Moses is like 1000 BC. We don't have text from that era, so.
Well, 41 says, "Children of Israel, remember my blessing that I bestowed upon you. Fulfill my covenant. I will fulfill your covenant. Be in awe of me. Believe in that which I sent down and confirmed with you." He's talking about the Torah. And then if you go to 3:3, Allah sent down the book upon thee in truth, confirming what came before. He sent the Torah and the gospel. Okay? And then if we keep going, then we find passages that tell us to go and check the revelation of the Quran. We sent Jesus, confirming the Torah that came before. We gave him the gospel, wherein is a guidance, confirming the Torah that came before. Let the people of the gospel judge what God sent down therein. In other words, go and look at the Torah and the gospel and see if it is consistent with what I'm telling you here in the Quran. And if you're familiar with the teaching of the Torah and the gospel, then you know that it's not at all, because the Quran's way off base. For example, I went through, at the beginning of this talk, multiple examples of theophanies. It's like Quran, the Muslim religion can't allow for God being manifesting in time and space. So that's like dozens of passages right away that have to be canceled out of the Torah.
Can I say something?
Sure.
So, okay, even if we agree that the Quran has some errors, there's still an argument that the Bible is corrupt, because...
Well, but hold on. So then you're not a Muslim anymore, because you can't be a Muslim and think that the Bible has errors.
I never said I was a Muslim.
No, but I'm saying that you would have to not be a Muslim. Like that, you have to give up that position.
Yeah, but you know how most of them, like, they say that most academics agree with them.
So,
that the first...
by the way, most academics also don't believe that the Quran is free from error. So that's a fallacy.
Yeah, but...
that's a double standard.
Most academics agree that the first disciples of Jesus and the first teaching were not interpreted as right now. And there is even an argument that...
yeah, but they're all unbelieving scholars. So what? Like... Yeah, what does this prove? Like you can find scholars that believe anything and everything. So what does it matter to appeal to? Do you not think that we can go read? Let me put it this way: the reason that I go to the Theophanies and to the Old Testament is precisely to bypass all of these types of objections. Because if the Old Testament teaches the Trinity, then none of those arguments are irrelevant at all. They all fall away.
I don't want to jump to that, but
hold on. But do you see why that would refute that? Because that would mean that the objection of these unbelieving scholars that the early Christians didn't believe in the deity of Christ or the Trinity is completely retarded.
Yeah, but the point you brought up about the Theophanies, the Jews don't agree with you.
Do you understand that's a fallacy? Jews don't believe in the Quran either.
Yeah, but they have the best interpretation of Hebrew.
No, they don't. Again, did you even know that they have the conflicting interpretations of what the Messiah will do and who he is?
Yes, but I've read that. I think I don't know.
How do you? Well, this is. But see, this is your presupposition. How do you know that Jews have the best interpretation?
Well, it's because that's their language.
That's a fallacy. That doesn't follow.
Hold on. It's the same argument that you say to Protestants, that you have a tradition, so that's why you know that.
That's you don't see how that's a fallacy? It does not follow from having a language that you therefore have the best interpretation, because both Christians and Muslims would say that Jews misinterpret and get it wrong despite having the language.
Yeah, but even all right, okay. Even if you agree that now the Jews don't have the correct interpretation. By the way,
that argument also assumes that there is a Jewish interpretation. Are you aware that there's like 1 million Jewish interpretations?
And there is 1 million Christian interpretations.
No, there's not 1 million. Actually, no, this is actually false. Rabbinic Judaism is way more all over the place than Christianity is. This is actually one of our key differentiating points.
So what about Mormons, Unitarians, and the Jehovah Witness?
None of those people. So who decides and defines what a Christian is? You? Atheists? Who decides?
They define themselves as Christians.
No. Who historically defines and gets to say who is a part of the Christian community? You? Academics? Who?
I guess the sect that wins.
Well, now you said that Jews, presumably, your argument assumed that Jews are able to define who's a Jew, but you don't think Christians are able to define who's a Christian?
But
no, so you're going to change the subject. Christians historically define who's a Christian, and the Christian church has historically defined that, for example, if you're against the Trinity, you're not part of the Christian faith. Just like Muslims can decide that if you disagree with this or that fundamental, you're not a part of the Muslim faith. So you don't get to just say that you are and that makes it so. That's not how this works historically. So no, not every group like a Mormon is a Christian just because they say so. Mormons are anti-Trinitarian. They disagree with the fundamental ecumenical council teach, the first 7 councils. I think we could agree that anything remotely Christian has to be fundamentally agreeing with the historical church's definition, i.e. the Nicene Creed, right?
But so if you need to agree with the Nicene Creed, what about the first Christians and the first centuries?
Yeah, you're just assuming that they don't teach the same thing. You understand? You can go read them. We did an entire lecture with Inspiring Philosophy just on the Trinity in the 1st and 2nd century fathers. You understand? We can go read them. They're accessible right now.
I guess.
You guess. What do you mean you guess? You don't. So again, so you don't know any of these things, but you're just spouting out. Like, have you not read these people?
I'm not a scholar. I'm searching. That's all.
Okay. Well, if you're searching, then you should go and search and see. Does Justin Martyr? Does Theophilus? Does Ignatius? Do they teach the deity of Christ? Do they teach the Trinity? And if that's the case, and if the Old Testament teaches the Trinity, then all of the other things that you said, like maybe Islam, maybe the atheist scholars, all of those fall away. That's why I keep going back to the Theophanies in the Old Testament, because it right away cuts away all of these dumb arguments. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm saying the arguments are dumb.
Okay, but could you explain why the first 3 synoptic gospels seems very different than John? Like, it's not clear.
No, they're written for different purposes. John's gospel is called the theological gospel. It's literally about high theology. The other gospels are written in emphasizing Jesus' parables and his historic actions and events in his ministry. So the fact that there's 4 attestations that have different emphases, what does that have to do with like whether it's true or false?
because there's not how can I say that? The first three are all like they talk about the same things, they have the same topics and all, but John is John. Like it doesn't have continuity with the other texts.
What do you mean? Why does it not?
Because the other text doesn't say that. It says, but there's people that disagree about if.
This is all you keep appealing to fallacies. So there's people who disagree. There's people who disagree with every position. So that you understand that's totally irrelevant to whatever's true or false. It's a fallacy. Like, why do you keep asserting fallacies? I don't understand.
It's because I myself don't have a lot of knowledge about the topic, so I need to go.
Right, but like appealing to fallacious things is not going to help you or anybody out. So saying, well, but there's people who disagree, like that's not.
It seems to be the most academics. They seem to.
Do you understand? That's also another fallacy. Are you familiar with fallacies at all? I'm not being mean. I'm saying.
I know.
Okay, but so well, then you would know those are fallacies.
Yeah, but could you at least explain to me?
It's a version of. Hold on. I can explain, but if you want, you got to quit appealing to things that are fallacious arguments to make the point. So appeal to tradition, appeal to authority, and appeal to the masses. And you can combine fallacies to have an appeal to the mass authority. Those are just more fallacies stacked on top of fallacies. None of these have anything to do with whether it's true or false. They're just not, they don't follow. They're non sequiturs.
All right. I will stop doing that. Can I ask another question?
Sure, go ahead.
So, as I said at the beginning, right now I'm searching for a faith, and I don't really know why Orthodoxy is better than Catholicism. For me, it seems that the Catholics have a better argument for continuity with the early church.
Okay, well, this would then just display like a lack of familiarity again with the first several centuries. So I don't know how to convey that to you other than to say, look at something like the canons of the first 7 councils. So I have a whole essay here that collects all of the canons from every one of the 7 ecumenical councils that contradicts the Vatican I claims of the papacy. So if the Vatican I view of the papacy is true, then we should expect to see it consistently presented in the first 1,000 years of Christianity. And in fact, Vatican I and Satis Cognitum both claim that it is there consistently. However, when we find that it's not there, and every ecumenical council has canons that are passed in the councils that contradict it, the Roman Catholics then say, well, it's there, but it's a thing that developed. So it's not actually there. It's a seed, and it's growing into a tree. That's called doctrinal development. But doctrinal development contradicts the claim of Satis Cognitum and Pastor Aeternus, aka Vatican I, that it was always there, known from the first days. So you're going to find, as you delve into this question, multiple things that conflict with Vatican I, and that's why the Vatican recently released a document called the Alexandria document, which admits about 90% of the Orthodox arguments and critiques. If the Vatican is now admitting most of our critiques, then that means the Vatican I claims are not true.
Oh, okay. And last thing.
What's funny? Why are you laughing?
Because you're right. I didn't think of that.
Go ahead.
So last thing, you talked earlier about the temple and the priesthood. One argument I saw is that the Jews says is that what about the first exile? There wasn't a temple. What about that? Because there were still prophets. They were still the chosen people. So
how would that help? That would be more in our camp. That would back up our position that these things aren't necessary to be righteous.
They didn't have a temple, but
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, so therefore, being righteous with God cannot be dependent upon animal sacrifices and the Levitical priesthood. So that functions as an argument in our favor. So how is that? I don't understand the usage of this argument. How does that help a Jewish position?
Because they say that Christians are arguing about the prophecy of when the second temple is destroyed. That's the way of God to say to humanity that Judaism is gone. Like Christianity is the new religion, and the temple and the sacrifice is all about Jesus. And they say that, what about the first exile? They didn't have a temple, but so the sacrifice wasn't that important because they couldn't do it, and they were still right by God.
Yeah, but you have two different paradigms interpreting the Old Testament phase. So a Jew thinks that the Old Testament Jews were Unitarians. We believe that the Old Testament saints were Trinitarian. So we have two totally different understandings of how even in that period you were made righteous. That's why Paul consistently argues that even under the law, you're not made righteous by the law. You're made righteous by faith in the Messiah. That's why Jesus, if you read John 5-9, consistently argues against the Pharisees that Abraham worshipped him and had faith in him. So I think what I'm saying is so much more radical than maybe what you might think. Like, we don't believe that the Old Testament religion was Judaism and then it's Christianity. The Old Testament true Judaism is Trinitarian, and it's fulfilled in the person and revelation of Christ. So there's not some radical new religion. It's the same religion. That's, again, why it's so powerful to demonstrate the Trinity in the Old Testament, because that undercuts all of these arguments. Do you see why?
Yeah, and I can agree with you, because I know it's a fallacy, but a lot of scholars also say that early Judaism had, how can I say that, bimonotheism, like they believed in two powers. So,
well, it's not just that. And by the way, I cite all those books in my Hikikachu debate. So there's Siegel's Two Powers in Heaven, but there's also the Boyarin book. There's also the Schaeffer book, which, by the way, the Schaeffer book is about Daniel 7. He uses that as his primary example of how, if you look at Daniel 7, clearly in Daniel, there's not just a Unitarian one single power in heaven. There's more. And if you look at the Sam Shamoun lecture that I just pointed out earlier, Tovia Singer Deceives an Ex-Muslim. If you watch this whole 1.5 hour presentation, he goes into all of the rabbinic contradictions and rabbinic admissions that the Holy Spirit is also a person, right? So there's also the Benjamin Summer book, Bodies of God, that I covered. All of these are modern Judaism admitting that the Old Testament manifestation is not Unitarian. And if it's not Unitarian, then what is so wrong with Christianity? And if you go through Sam's talk here, he cites way more examples of Rashi, Maimonides, other people admitting on a lot of these passages that even though they're not Christians, they're basically admitting our positions on these passages. I mean, I've got Rashi pulled up right here, and he says that this one that's coming and presented before Ancient of Days is the King Messiah.
Okay.
So even the anti-Christian rabbis are forced in many of these passages to admit many of our points.
So you think that at the time of Jesus, the Jews became more and more Unitarian?
Well, actually, what Boyarin argues is that at the time of Christ, it was more of an open question, and that you have to actually get past the dispute. There's a specific dispute with Rabbi Akiva, who I think in the 2nd century was still arguing for the two powers view, or more than one. That comes up, I think, in the Schaeffer book. And then Boyarin argues that Summers. It's either Summers or Boyarin. Maybe Summers. Summers argues, that it's not until Maimonides that there's an explicit attempt to enforce the Unitarian view in Judaism, because even up into the Middle Ages, some of the Kabbalistic rabbinical exegesis was still admitting the three lights view.
Okay. Just to confirm if I understood right, so there was never a need for a temple, because you say that the Jews at that time, they believed in the Trinity, and thus they believe in the second person that mothers. It's not the temple. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, God doesn't require a temple to save people, but he typically requires his people to have a temple and an altar. That's why the Orthodox Church still has an altar. So it's not absolutely necessary, because you can be martyred, you can be, you can come to faith in Christ and be killed and be saved. You can be the thief on the cross. But that's not normally what happens. Most of the time, you're going to live your life and you're going to spend your life going to the liturgy. And so there is the need for, in those cases, a temple. But it's not absolutely necessary in the sense that, like, could God never save a person without some temple? Well, obviously he can.
Okay, that's all. Thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, those are great questions. I would say I would recommend. Have you watched the debate that I had with Daniel Hakikachu?
Yeah, I watched it. I think you made great points. He made a lot of circular reasoning.
Yeah. Well, if you go back and watch my opening statement, I cite a lot of the rabbinical texts that I just mentioned about the multi-powers view.
Okay. I'm going to rewrite. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Or you could just watch the opening statement. I have that up as a video called The Jewish Trinity. That's just my 10-minute opening statement, or whatever it is. 15, whatever. And that, by the way, is why we just did this lecture back through the entire Torah. This is the opening statement here. 15-minute statement. Trinity in the Old Testament. Daniel? I'm going to have to go pee-pee after this. I'm starting to get a headache. Man. There's too much allergies out today. Go ahead, Daniel.
I was just wondering if we could read from Acts chapter 3 a minute.
Acts 3?
Yes, please.
Okay. What verse?
2 seconds, let me get it. Verse, I think it's 19, 2 seconds.
19?
18. Okay?
18, okay. Go ahead.
It said, but those things which God before have shown by the mouth of all his prophets, that Christ should suffer, he have so fulfilled. So he fulfilled the suffering part, okay? Repent ye therefore and be converted to the covenants of promise mentioned in Ephesians 2, that your sins may be blotted out when the times of refreshing shall come from the presence of the Lord. Now, the refreshing is mentioned in Isaiah chapter 28, which says, this is the rest from the sacrificial law, where you may cause the weary to rest. This is the refreshing, yet they would not hear. And he shall send you Yeshua Messiah. So the refreshing is when he sends Yeshua Messiah, which before was preached unto you.
Right, I agree.
Whom the heavens must receive until the times of restoration, which is the return of the kingdom of all things.
Well, hold on. Which is what?
The return of the kingdom and everything is.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by that?
Well, when Jerusalem comes.
Well, where are you seeing this return of the kingdom part?
Don't you read your scripture?
I mean, I've got it pulled up. It's right here. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I know, not right by here, but that's what it means. That's what.
No, that's what you're saying it means. Where is that?
Whom the heavens must receive until the times of restoration of all things. What does that mean?
That means the apokatastasis. That's Romans 8. All things being restored. You inserted the kingdom.
Yeah. Yes. The restoring of everything. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Well, that's not the kingdom. Like, are you talking about Are you saying that it's premillennialism? That's what I'm concerned with.
What do you mean?
Well, what do you mean by the kingdom being restored?
Do you believe in the millennium reign?
That's what I thought.
No,
it doesn't say that. No. You interpreted. You inserted that.
Well, so don't talk about the millennium reign in Revelations.
It doesn't mean what you think it means. That's why the Second Ecumenical Council forbids this view, because Christ's kingdom has no end. It's not a 1,000-year kingdom. It's an eternal kingdom.
I ain't saying there's not an eternal kingdom, but there's 1,000
If it's a
years
1,000 year, if it ends after 1,000 years, then it's not eternal.
You gonna let me talk?
Well, I mean, I'm aware of premillennialism, so I already know where you're going to go. I used to be a premillennialist.
Just one question. Do you think we should keep the Ten Commandments? Because you've gone off the point that I was trying to make anyway.
What was the point you were trying to make? Premillennialism?
Do you think we're supposed to keep the Ten Commandments?
Yes.
You do, yeah?
Yes. Do you believe that we're supposed to have another temple with animal sacrifices again?
What do you mean, no?
Well, I mean, many premillennialists do believe that. So do you believe that there's supposed to be a new temple in Jerusalem built where Jesus is going to reign?
Well, it's not... God is going to be the temple, isn't it? Because, like, when we're there, he's not going to be... people outside the kingdom are going to be back under sacrificial law. You do realize that, don't you?
Wait, say that again? I didn't hear you.
People outside the kingdom are going to be back under sacrificial law.
No, this is where you get into all this. This is where you get into all this jibber jabber. The kingdom is the church, and it exists now as a reality. The kingdom is the church. Matthew 16. Say what? All right, so he left. These quack premillennials in here. So yeah, so then he wouldn't say immediately where he was going with that, and then as we sort of like tease it out, then it turns into exactly what I thought, some sort of premillennial gobbledygook, where he's inserting into this passage the restoration of all things. That's Romans 8. That's the apokatastasis. That's the end. And apokatastasis just means restoration. It doesn't mean universal salvation. That's the heterodox apokatastasis of origin. That's not what I'm talking about. So you notice he didn't understand what I was talking about. I'm talking about Romans 8, when all things will be restored, because Jesus is a cosmic redeemer, and he redeems all reality, not just the elect, right? Crypto-radical. And no, God's kingdom is not a 1,000-year kingdom. It's eternal. It doesn't end after 1,000 years. This is a bunch of Judaizing nonsense, and that's why he immediately said that the sacrificial law comes back. I mean, it's like these people never read Hebrews. Go ahead, Crypto.
Good evening, Jay. How you doing, man?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing well, man. First, just want to say thanks for all you do. You're a huge impact, man. I've been listening to your stuff for a long time. A lot of my buddies have come to Orthodoxy through your work, and we're blessed by you, brother.
Thank you. What's up? Is that all?
Another question. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I come from a different collection of denominations in the Protestant church, but we're going to a PCA church right now while I'm kind of continuing a dialogue with my wife about Orthodoxy, and they're kind of in that Reformed camp. So I guess my two questions for you, if you'll...
You're cutting out, man. Sorry. If you want to come back
what
and
does the Orthodox Church do with a lot of this sort of atonement?
I can't hear you cutting out. By the way, to address the previous person, to be more specific, Jesus identifies in Matthew 16 that the kingdom is the church. The church is the kingdom where the apostles have the keys to bind and loose on earth. This is not some exclusive privilege of Peter. The same things are said 2 chapters later to the entire college of the apostles. So it's nothing that's unique just to Peter. It's said first to Peter to honor Peter for his confession of faith. But the same thing is said to the entire college of the apostles. Whatever you bind on earth is bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth is loose in heaven. So remember, so the church is the kingdom. The apostles have the keys of this kingdom. And then if we look at Acts 2, it's made very clear, when is Jesus' reign taking place? Is it something that only exists when he returns and sets up a temple in Jerusalem with John Hagee? No, it's very clear that the way they exegete the passage that we all know is a messianic prophecy, even Jews admit it. David did not ascend into heaven. David says, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand till I make your enemies your footstool. That's talking about the ascension. The text, it says itself right here, is about the ascension. Jesus ascended and sent the Spirit, Pentecost. So it's clearly about the ascension. So when was sit at your right hand? Sit at my right hand to make your enemies your footstool? The kingdom reign? Oh, it began at the ascension, not at the second advent. And this is why all the idiot evangelicals ruin their own strong argumentation from all of these Old Testament passages by delaying all this stuff with their stupid heresy. It is a stupid heresy, literally. To say that all of this is some future 1,000-year millennial kingdom where Jesus comes back and sets up temples and animal sacrifices, it gets stupid. It's utterly dumb to believe this. When every time Psalm 110 is cited in the New Testament, it's cited as a present reality when he ascended. Hello, do you know what the ascension is? Okay, does any of this refer to a second coming 1,000-year kingdom in Israel? No, it's so dumb. All they have to do is literally look at every citation in the New Testament of Psalm 110. That's it. And it's always exegeted as a present reality. At the ascension. And that's why the book of Hebrews says there's no reinstituting animal sacrifices. This is crazy quackery, dude. Literally insane quackery. And that's why the church is Israel. Clear as day. Multiple times in the New Testament. Jay. By the way, Daniel 7 is about the ascension.
Hello?
Yep.
So I had some questions about the Trinity.
Uh-huh.
So you brought this up with your debate with Jake a couple months ago about the way we count gods and persons in the Trinity. So we count persons by identity and gods by division, if I'm correct? If I remember correctly.
Well, I have a whole video on that if you want to go into the specifics of the LPT. So.
Okay. Yeah, I can watch that video.
But what was your question?
Basically, I was just asking why do we count persons by identity and gods by division?
Well, because different things are counted and picked out in different ways. And it's not something that's unique to the Trinity. It's something that's true for all kinds of things. And so if you listen to the debate review that we did, we actually covered this in the Jake debate review. And we brought Dr. Branson on, and he went into much more detail in regard to different ways of counting. So if you go to... So in other words, certain things have to be counted by identity in the sense of like what types of things they are. So if you're picking out like abstract objects like sets, you can't divide it, like you can't divide a law of logic, or you can't divide like a law of identity. So those things have to be counted by identity, right? Because it's not possible to count them in another way. But not everything is counted in that way. Mundane objects like trees or birds or fish are counted by identity. And this is not new. It's actually an old, ancient, and medieval discussion. Medieval philosophers talked about first and second imposition. So objects of first imposition are objects that are just mundane objects like trees, dogs, cows. But other objects like abstract objects are counted in a different way. And this would be things like mathematical sets or mathematical laws, things that you can't divide. Okay, so they have to be counted by they have to be counted by identity because they're indivisibles, right? So the point is just that different things, depending on what they are, what you're trying to pick out, are counted in different ways. And we made the point that Jake has to do the exact same thing with Allah and his attributes. So Jake is also counting by division and by identity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So are mundane things, or are exclusive, are only mundane things counted by identity, or can other
I meant to say they're counted by division. And then abstract things are counted by identity, because you can't divide those, right? So like the example that we get that's given is like if you read the Liebsman paper, he talks about like pieces of paper. So this would be like a mundane object, right? And if you say how many pieces of paper do I have? Well, I have one piece of paper and it has A and B written on it, right? If I tear this in half, like technically that's still the same piece of paper, but I've divided it. Okay, so did anything change? Well, I divided it and it's now 2, but it's all the same molecules, right? But I'm dividing this into 2. And most of the time in the ancient world was counting by division, right? That's why the Nicene Creed says that God is one and undivided, right? So that's counting by division. But counting by identity is also something that's done even in the medieval world, when you had, or in the ancient world too, when you had things that are indivisibles. So if you're going to count laws of logic or Aristotelian categories, like you have to count those in by identity, because they can't be they can't be divided. You can't divide a law of logic. It doesn't make any sense to say, okay, well, what's 1/3 of the law of identity? What's 1/3 of a law of logic? What's 1/8 of it? Right? It would make no sense to divide those things, but yet we still want to count those things. So this is not saying that God is like in parts. It's just pointing out that even in the ancient and medieval world, they counted different things in different ways because of the nature of the thing being counted. So in God, we're picking out 2 different aspects when we're counting by division and by identity. Does that make sense? So when we're talking about the divine essence, he's one and undivided. We're counting by division, right? So the divine essence is indivisible. Almost all the church fathers, when they speak of God's unity, they're speaking in this way. They call him one and that's what the creed says. He's one and undivided in essence. Okay? So we count the essence by division, namely that he's not divided and he's one. And we count the persons by identity.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So I had another question about the hypostatic union.
Okay.
It's brought up mostly by Muslim people. So they say that how can something be 100% limited and 100% unlimited in regards to how Jesus can't be 100% divine and 100% human? So how would you respond to that?
Well, that's just taking a metaphysical presupposition and saying that that's impossible when we don't have any reason to believe that that metaphysical presupposition is true. So how do we know that? Like, on what basis does a Muslim... Because you understand that almost all of Islam, unless they're like Shia or something, like almost all of them believe in the same approach as a Thomist. They believe in natural theology. So they just have all these metaphysical assumptions from Aristotle and Arab philosophers. And then they just say that, well, we all know that this is the case, and so therefore God can't be this. But how do we know that that metaphysical assumption is the case, that God can't be, basically it's amounting to a rejection of the incarnation. But you understand that Muslims are so goofy that they don't even realize that the Quran includes theophanies. So if the Quran admits a theophany, they already admit that God can be self-limiting in time and space.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's based on a false presupposition about metaphysics.
Which they themselves don't even keep to.
Yeah, okay. And then my third and final question was, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with John 16:15, which says that all things that the Father has, Jesus also has.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm not mistaken, the Orthodox view of the Trinity is that the Father is the only person that can generate another divine person or being.
Yeah, all the Cappadocians say that everything the Father has, except causality, the Son has. Because causality is the hypostatic property that picks out the Father. So how could you give the hypostatic property of the Father to the Son?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So that would be part of like the distinction between them, right?
It would be the thing that distinguishes the persons, the hypostatic. The Orthodox view, hypostatic properties pick out the persons, not relative identity or whatever things they've made up. But I'm still trying to find, I don't know why I can't find the, oh, here it is. So I would say, to get more specific into your questions about the Jake debate, watch the review that we did, Islam versus Christianity debate review, Jay versus Jake with Dr. Bill Branson and Orthodox Shahada. We went really deep into a lot of the questions that you were asking about that there. But what was your question? I got lost.
No, you already answered my question about John.
That everything the Father has. Yeah, it's like, I mean, like, obviously it doesn't mean everything. Like, even a Roman Catholic wouldn't admit that fatherhood is given to the Son. Right?
Yeah.
So are you asking a Roman Catholic objection or a Muslim objection?
What do you mean? Like if I'm a Muslim or Roman Catholic?
No, I mean the question, if everything that the Son has he got from the Father, like, is that like a Thomistic objection? I don't understand who would ask that.
No, I was just reading, and then I saw that just came up as a question as I was reading that verse.
Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, if you read the Cappadocians, they have this phrase that I brought up in the Dr. Feingold debate, which he wasn't aware of. And it's Gregory Nazianzus' quote. It's a famous quote. Everything the Father has, the Son has, except the causality. Because being cause is the hypostatic property of the Father. So you can't give what picks out the Father to the Son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, those were all my questions.
Yeah, good questions. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm a little tired, so when I was first stating counting by identity and division, I misstated when I was talking about mundane objects, but I clarified that when we got to Trinity. Demetrios, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Yes, sir.
Getting back, I want to go back to the ancient Judaism and monotheistic religion.
Okay.
Just to get your thoughts on this, would you think it would be fair to say that even by their own scriptures that ancient Judaism acknowledges the existence of other gods like Baal and Astarte and all those? You know, he says we will worship no gods beside.
Yeah, but that doesn't really have anything to do with like quote monotheism is actually a term that doesn't appear until like the 1600s. That's a really late term, so it's kind of packed with a lot of baggage. But depending on what you mean, I mean, we would say that Judaism is monotheistic. We would say that our religion is monotheistic.
Well, I was curious. What would you think about the assertion that true monotheism, the advent of that, is not until Christianity? Because I'll give you an example, like when St. Paul's at the Oracle of Delphi, and he goes there, and I think he performs some kind of exorcism on the Oracle at Delphi. And there's a historical record of like the magistrate going to the magistrate, and they're like, hey, this guy ruined my business. You know, the Oracle's not working anymore. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with that passage, but like in Christianity, they don't even acknowledge these entities like the Olympians and this as really as God. More like, I think, if I'm correct, they're more said to be fallen angels, maybe that have some type of.
Well, I would say
power.
that, but that's in the Old Testament too. I mean, I just put that passage up the other day, Psalm 106. It's in the Song of Moses. The gods of the nations are devils, and Paul quotes the same thing in 1 Corinthians 10. The gods of the nations are demons. So it's called the divine council view. So the Old Testament teaches the idea that there is a divine council of angelic beings. But again, monotheism is the idea that there's one God, the Father, but he has a Son. And there's nothing that conflicts with monotheism to say that God's tripersonal. And I don't think that the Old Testament is either polytheistic or Unitarian.
Okay. And then my just wanted to get a quick discussion on that. And then my second question is concerning Bart Ehrman, who I'm sure you're familiar with his arguments somewhat, maybe? I'm not sure.
I've not looked at Bart Ehrman arguments in many, many years, so I'm not off the top of my head familiar, no. I mean, I know is it textual stuff or what?
No, it's the one that triggers me the most, and he asserts it again and again and again, and is that the Synoptic Gospels, nowhere in the Synoptic Gospels does Jesus claim to be God.
Yeah, that's not true. As Sam Shamoon points out, if you look at the Gospel of Mark, when Jesus claims that he is able to forgive sins, that whole discourse is about the fact that, I mean, the Pharisees say no one but God can forgive sins, and then Jesus is like, yeah, exactly. So, and then when he's talking to, I think, Pilate, he also claims to be God, so that's just simply not true. I mean, Sam Shamoon has made this point against Ehrman for many, many years.
Well, I'm fascinated at how this low tier theological arguments from Bart Ehrman, who could
it's Mark 14. The high priest stood up and said to the midst, to Jesus, do you say anything, and do you answer nothing? What is it that these men testify against you? And Jesus kept silent. Again, the high priest said to him, are you the Christ, the Son of God? Jesus said, I am.
Yeah.
You will see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power, Psalm 110. So, yeah, he's calling himself the Son of God right there. What are you talking about?
I'm just fascinated how his low-tier theological arguments can, or they're not. It can get such traction, and with just critiquing, text. And I mean, we've discussed this before. He denies, in the Synoptic Gospels, the eternity of Christ's existence. And you and I have discussed this once before. You can go to the Synoptic Gospels, and you can go to Luke when the 70 disciples come back, and he warns them of pride, and he says to them, be careful. I saw Satan fall like a bolt of lightning from heaven. And that's in the Synoptic Gospels. So, what is he talking about? It makes no sense.
Well, I mean, again, in Mark 2, but that you might know that the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sins. He says to the paralytic, I say to you, rise and take up your bed and go. And he left, and they glorified God. So his answer to the Pharisees is that, yes, I do have, you're correct, only God can forgive sins, and that's why I'm forgiving sins.
Yeah, he's trying to make some case that the Book of John is BS. He's like, oh, this is not real. This is all made up, because if you go to the Synoptic Gospels, there's nothing like this. This.
Well, that's the same presupposition as the guy that was in here a minute ago, and it's well, the fact that the Gospels are different doesn't prove it. It only proves something based on your presuppositions. So if you those are good questions. If you presuppose that the fact that the texts record different stories means that they're corrupted, but that's a non sequitur. I mean, the fact that John has a theological emphasis and the other Synoptic Gospels focus on other things doesn't itself tell us anything about whether it's true or false. That's just a non sequitur. Brett?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Wow. It was behind probably 5 seconds or so. Anyway, hi, Jay. I had a question. Oh, I wanted to let you know I got chrismated into the Orthodox Church last December.
Oh, good. Many years.
Your talks have been awesome, although you are really mean, but
well, that's what it is. It is what it is.
Right on. I had a question about Catholicism and the Eucharist. I've tried to do some research, but all that pops up is just Catholic stuff. But when did they switch to only using the bread? And are they still only using the bread? Because I thought I saw that the Sedevacantists or SSPX or something was using both kinds.
No, I don't think trads will not be for any of that. Trads are deluded into thinking that whatever is post-Tridentine is ancient. I'm not sure. I don't actually remember what the first historical instance of doing that is. It might be under the Carolinian period, or it might be it might be later than that. I don't know. I don't remember.
Is that something that they're continuing? They just only use the bread?
I mean, that's a post-Tridentine thing, and after Trent, when Vatican II wanted to go back to what's actually the ancient practice, the trads are so stupid that they actually think that the Tridentine practice is the ancient practice. Does that make sense or not?
Yeah, but after Trent, they did go back to. I may be confused here. After Trent, they went back to using...
So the Tridentine norm is communion under one kind. The ancient church did it the way the Orthodox Church does it, which is both, right?
Why don't I hear more about that? That seems egregious. I mean, we talk about changing...
I mean, it's a classic complaint in what's called the Byzantine lists. So when the Orthodox Byzantines would draw up their lists against the Latins, they would always include this. I mean, it's one of the things that Jan Hus fussed about. So, I mean, Jan Hus, and some Orthodox consider him proto-Orthodox because he made such a fuss over this. And all the trads hate Jan Hus, but Jan Hus was actually making the traditional argument, which is just...
Yeah, it just seems
they're out to lunch. Well, I mean, beyond both kinds, even worse is denying infants communion.
Yeah, it seems like the central focus of Christian worship in the first, in the
it is,
church,
yeah, and it is, and infants also, even in the Latin West, received communion. So it's kind of just silly. Austin, Father Daniel, our Antiochian friend, Father Daniel Hackney, recommends this really good book on the whole history of what you're talking about. I have to think of the name of it, but the problem is that it's a really good book that's out of print, but it covers the entire history of the liturgical changes. And by the way, baptism is part of the liturgical change here in the West in the 7th and 8th century. So you got this weird transition in the West, again, in that Carolinian period, where there's a lot of changes. But that book is out of print, so go ahead, Father Deacon. Did you want to say something?
I'm trying to look up. There was a date on this because when I was doing the catechesis class and I'm going over Father Pomazansky's book on the Holy Mystery, the section on Holy Mysteries of the Eucharist is talking about distinguishing the Orthodox view from the Roman Catholic. And it actually gives a date. I think it's in the footnote. So I'm trying to find that for you. Because I wondered the same thing. When did they start doing this?
Let me see if I can find this book that Father Daniel recommends. It's I've got it saved here on my list. And somebody might be able to find like a PDF, even though it's out of print. Here it is. I found it. So the book is, I think it's written by an Anglican historian. And it's called Christian Initiation, Baptism in the Medieval West, the Alcuin Club Collection by J.D.C. Fisher. And Father Daniel, you can get it, but it's $100 for an old copy. But that is supposed to actually be the best historical treatment of the specific question that guy asked. But I've not found this book, so...
I think if I remember correctly, it's when you started getting a lot of these reforms. So when they started denying infant communion.
Well, that's under the Carolinians. I know that.
So yeah, I'm thinking it might be. Just find this footnote. I think it's during the same time. But I just want to make sure.
This is it. Well, that's medieval West. That's the wrong time period. No, that is it. It says... Here it is. Okay, so it is here. Okay, so it is on Internet Archive. Yeah, here it is. So here's the book. You can get the PDF here. So Brett, if you're still listening, you can get this book. It's on archive.org. If you type in Christian Initiation, Baptism in the Medieval West by J.D.C. Fisher, you'll get this book right here. Austin, did you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. Are we doing the Father?
Uh-huh.
Okay, great. Basically, I'd like to discuss whether or not Jesus is God. I come from a Church of Christ background, and I used to believe in the Trinity, but I found that the Bible makes more sense without believing that Jesus is God.
Okay, well, I would start with kind of what, and I know you probably didn't hear the lecture from last few nights, but basically the last few nights we went through lectures where every reference in the Torah, and there's much more than just the Torah, but we could start with just the Torah of God not being strictly Unitarian. So, for example, and I'll make it very quick, you've got several, say, dozen passages in Genesis, maybe a dozen or more passages in Exodus, where we specifically have God, the Father or Yahweh, his angel presence, messenger, glory, who's distinct from him, as well as multiple references to his spirit, which is also put upon people and does things in a personal, acting way. So let's start with that. Is that not a beginning place for proving the Trinity?
So, sure. I think that would be, that's a good ground. Like, if you have Old Testament grounding, that's excellent. I don't think you have it there, but I prefer to focus on just whether or not Jesus is God. So,
can I ask
well, why would we go immediately to... Why would we do that when the Old Testament, for example, pictures Abraham meeting with God the Lord and having a meal with him?
Oh, we would do that because, even if there's three gods, then you have to make the connection that Jesus himself identifies as God. And,
who does Jesus say Abraham believed in, and who does Jesus say he was hanging out with?
So he said Abraham saw his day and was glad. But
no, he says believed in me and wrote about me.
You're thinking about Isaiah.
No, I'm talking about John 5 through 9, where he's making all of these arguments against the Pharisees' position and saying, Abraham rejoiced to see my day. Abraham wrote about me. Abraham believed in me.
Yeah. I don't think there's any...
I have another question, too.
Where it says, I thought you were done with the Father.
Well, he was just commenting.
So, today's gospel in liturgy was, I thought about this, the exact thing you're asking, was John 9, 1 through 38. And it's the healing of the blind man. Now, what I found interesting and just struck me was the last verse of the gospel reading today says, and he said, Lord, I believe, and he worshipped him. In fact, we can go through all throughout the gospel where many of these gospels end with, and they worshipped him. Now, can you worship a creature? Is that?
Oh, I say you guys are double teaming. Okay. Sorry, I was a little confused. Yeah, I think you can.
Okay, how is that not idolatry to worship a creature?
Well, you worship. So worship is just giving them the praise that they deserve, right? And so, like...
Well, what about calling him God?
Okay, does Jesus ever refer to himself as God?
Yeah, all the time. You understand that?
Anyone actually...
Yeah, every chapter of the book of John references both the deity of Christ or the Trinity. Did you know that? In every chapter?
I'm aware of the claim.
Okay, so let's start with John 5.
Frame the argument a little bit.
Well, hold on. Let's start with John 1. In the beginning was the Word. Well, the Word was with God. The Word was God. Then when we move to John 5. For as the Father has life in himself, so he has granted to the Son to have life in himself. He has given him authority over to execute judgment because he's the Son of Man. Do not marvel at this, for the hour is coming when all who hear his in the graves hear his voice and will come to life. So my judgment is righteous because I do not seek my own will, but the will of him who sent me. So how is all of the world going to hear the voice of Jesus, to be raised from the dead, and to have that he has the same life in himself that the Father has, if he's not fully divine?
So, I guess, do you want me to start with chapter 1, or do you want me to start with
well, I just pointed out John 1 as the beginning of, like, the book, pointing out that Jesus is the Logos who was with the Father before the foundation of the world. That's right. So you don't think John 1 is referring to Jesus?
Well, I think there's two gods in verse 1, right? There's the God, and then there's a Word of God who was a God that was with the God.
So you are a polytheist?
Well, Jesus believes in multiple gods, right? I mean...
No idea where you're getting this. So if the Father in
John 10:34.
I said you're gods?
Which references Psalms 82.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean polytheism. So we're talking about God the Creator.
I didn't say polytheism either. I didn't say polytheism either.
You said multiple. Jesus believes in multiple gods. So how does Jesus have faith in multiple gods?
When I say believes, I mean believes in existence of.
Okay, but that's different from what we're talking about in John 1, where you said there's two gods. There's God and then there's Jesus. That's polytheism if there's two gods in reference to John 1.
I mean, you could name it whatever you want, but there's two gods.
You just said it wasn't polytheism, but now you're saying it is.
I mean, it's no different than Psalms 82 in my mind.
No, but that's a reference to the divine counsel. So that's a reference to the divine counsel. That doesn't mean that polytheism is true. But why would that mean that the Trinity isn't the case?
Well, let's not use the word polytheism, because I think that's kind of a loaded word. And I don't know exactly what you mean and when you say it, but...
Well, I believe in there's one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and he has an eternal Son, because he's an eternally the Father. He must have, if he's the Father, he must eternally have a Son. And then the Bible reveals that there's also the Holy Spirit. So... are you believing the Bible or departing from the Bible because you think it's wrong? Help me understand that.
Oh, I'm believing the Bible because, like, just.
Well, you don't believe the Bible if you believe in multiple gods.
Jesus says there's multiple gods.
No, he doesn't.
The Bible says that God is a God of gods.
Yeah, but you understand that that's talking about created angelic beings. That's not talking about the divine nature. How could there be more than one divine nature?
So, okay,
Is there more than one divine nature?
I don't really use that term divine nature because I don't see it in Psalms 80. I don't see it
but that's not talking. That's talking about angels. Where do you get that? That's talking about the uncreated. How many uncreateds are there?
There's just one, the Father.
Okay, so then how? Then that contradicts what you just said about John 1.
How does it contradict what it says about John 1?
Because Jesus is not a creature. He's the eternal Logos in John 1.
Where does it say that Jesus is uncreated in John 1?
In the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. He's not a creature. Hebrews 1 says that he's the one that created the world, and thus he's above the angels. Have you read Hebrews 1?
Yeah, it doesn't actually say Jesus created the world. It says God created the world through the Son. Not that so God is the
It says nothing came to be that was not his creation or created through him. So if he's a creature, then he would not be the one excluded from being the created world.
Yeah, so your argument is all things are made through him, and without him, not anything made that was made.
He's granted to have the same nature and power as John 10 says, and John 15, as the Father. There's no... Do you think God has parts or partition? Like, how can you be half God?
Yeah, I think there's only one God, the Almighty God.
Okay, so, but the texts say that Jesus has all of the same powers and nature and life as the Father.
It doesn't say nature. It says that...
Yes, it does. It says he is the direct offspring of the Father. How can you have offspring that's not of your nature? Do you have offspring? If you have a child, the offspring is your same nature.
So you have all these sons of God. And
no, there's one Son of God. There's not sons of God, plural, in this sense, because it says that in Hebrews 1, it says God at various times and in various ways has spoken to the prophets, but in these last days he spoke by his Son, who is the heir of all things, through whom he made all the worlds. The Son is the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person. So he's the direct image of God. He's not a creature.
Yeah, so the very language, he is the image of God, implies that he's not God.
No, it doesn't. It says that he's the Son of God, and it means he has the same nature and power as the Father.
Well, so, again, it doesn't say he has the same... So
it does. To be his direct image and does it say, is he the offspring of the Father?
It says he's a son of the Father.
Is that an offspring? Is he the eternal Son of the Father? John 1 says that he's the eternal Son of the Father.
Where does it say he's the eternal Son of the Father? Eternal Son of the Father. I mean, I want to look at. I want to examine specific scriptures and really.
No, you want to get hung up on words when it actually says that he was eternally in the bosom of the Father, right? It says in John 1:16. John 1:16. For the law was given through Moses, but grace and truth came through Christ. No one has seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, who is in the bosom of the Father, present tense, has declared him.
So that's not eternally in the bosom of the Father.
It literally says that he is the only begotten Son in the bosom of the Father. He has declared him.
Okay, but that's not the same thing.
It is the same thing.
You said he was eternally...
Do you not remember what's the very first verse, dude? In the beginning was Logos, the Son. That's the Son. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. All things were made through him. There's nothing that came to be that he didn't make.
And it's not just John 1, 2. It's in the Psalter. Forever, eternally, O Lord, thy word has abided in heaven forever. So if you wanted to be like eternal, you wanted to know if the word is eternal. This is all the way back in Psalms, Psalm 118:89. And then he sent forth his word and he healed them in the Psalms. So the Psalms itself says the word has been abiding with the Lord in heaven forever in eternity.
I'm not seeing 1:18:89 as an actual verse. What's the verse again for that?
Psalm 118:89.
He's probably looking at the Masoretic text. He doesn't have.
Yeah. Oh, you used the Septuagint?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I forgot. So yeah, you guys are Orthodox. That's cool. Sure. Let me pull up. So Psalm 118:89. Thanks for bearing with me here. Into the age of forever, O Lord, the word you remains, standing by the heaven. I'm reading an interlinear instead of like the actual English translation's kind of challenging. But so, all right, so yeah, I guess I'll have to. So into the age forever, O Lord, the word of yours remains, stand by. So let's talk about forward eternity. That's
Look,
not saying
dude.
the
Look.
Lord. That's
Look.
talking about fortitude.
Look. Philippians 2 says he is the form of God and that he's equal with God. Philippians 2, 5, and 6. Okay? And that he humbled himself to take on the nature of a servant, human nature, and then to raise our nature to restore us to the worship of the Father. So Philippians 2 is clear as day telling you that the Son of God is equal to the Father, and he has the same nature as the Father. How could he be the Son and not have the same nature? Every son has a nature of the one that bore him.
Just same questions for all the other sons of God. How can they be sons of God and not have the same?
We are made sons by grace, as Paul says. He's a son by nature. He's the direct icon of the Father's nature. You don't know that Hebrews 1 says that? I just read you Philippians.
Yeah. So
does Philippians say he was equal to God?
So it says here, like it literally says, he did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped. Actually, it's more like
it means because he has it. Being the form of God. So you just you're going to read it in the opposite of it says who being the form of God did not consider it robbery to be equal with God. In other words, he wasn't saying or doing anything wrong by being and saying he's equal to God, because he is, because he has the divine nature.
I mean, that sounds like you're reading into the text a little bit, but it says here.
It says you're reading into the text. It says he is equal. He is the form of God. That's because he's the offspring of the Father.
So the form of God, when you say the form of God, it's the word form refers to the outer shape, the way things look.
Do you know what that's a reference to? No.
So when the disciples saw Jesus, right, he had his appearance had a different form.
No, it's not. It's a reference to the Old Testament form of appearance all throughout the Old Testament, the Theophanies. Because he's called the form of God.
And guess what? Form also, in the Greek, eidos, is equivalent with essence as well. So the essence of God, literally, the form.
So when it says that Jesus changed his form, and that means that he changed his essence?
No, it means that he took on
Mark chapter 16.
No, you can have multiple notions. The word doesn't have just one meaning.
Oh, okay. So you guys are assuming a meaning when it doesn't have to
have that
meaning.
Giving you the meaning that's consonant with all of the other passages that we're talking about, particularly all the passages where Jesus says he was the glory of God that appeared in the Old Testament. Do you think God's glory is a creature?
Jesus said he was the glory of God that appeared in the Old Testament. Where did he say that?
The form and the appearance that you see here is identical to the form and the appearance in all the theophanies in the Old Testament. It's the same person speaking. Jesus identifies himself as the one talking to Moses. Paul says in 2 Corinthians 3 that when Moses went up on the mountain, 2 Corinthians 3, Paul says Moses saw the face of who?
Does it say the Lord?
No, it says Christ. Paul says Moses saw the face of Christ. Where did Moses see the face of Christ?
Hold on. 2 Corinthians 3 what?
The whole chapter is about what I'm talking about.
I need a specific verse. What verse are you talking about where it says that Moses saw Christ?
You don't know this? You didn't know this?
I mean, if you can educate me, if you know the verse, I'd like to see it.
If the ministry of death written and engraved on stones was glorious, so that the children of Israel could not look away, and steadily at the face of Moses, whose glory of his countenance was passing away, how will the ministry of the Holy Spirit not be more glorious? By the way, the Spirit is a person here. For the ministry of condemnation had glory, the ministry of righteousness exceeds it much more. For what even was made glorious had no glory in this respect, because of the glory that excels it. For if what was passing away was glorious, then what remains is much more glorious. Therefore, since we have such hope, unlike Moses, who put over a veil that he could not see, but looked steadily at what was passing away, their minds were blinded. For until this day, the same veil remains. For unto this day, the same veil remains unlifted in the reading of the Old Testament, because the veil is taken away in Christ. But even when this day, when Moses is read, the veil lies over their heart. However, when one turns to the Lord, the veil is taken away. The Lord is the Spirit, for where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. The
I
glory.
don't see anywhere in here that says that.
Are you familiar with the Transfiguration? Who was on the Mount of Transfiguration?
Oh, so you're talking about when Jesus was a man?
No, dude. Who's at the Mount of Transfiguration?
Moses and Elijah.
Why is Moses on the Mount of Transfiguration?
To talk to Jesus.
So, who was on the mountain of Mount Sinai when Moses went up the mountain? Who's he eating with? Did he eat a meal?
Sure.
Who's he eating a meal with?
The elders in God, I believe.
No. Who does it say Moses it says he was eating with? Who?
God, sure.
Okay. How does God eat a meal?
I don't know exactly. I'll ask him, God willing, and the time to come.
Well, you don't think Jesus is telling you this when he says that Moses believed in me and wrote about me?
Where does it say Moses wrote about me?
So you never even read the Gospel of John?
I read the Gospel of John.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You would know that.
Well, I know it says that Isaiah wrote about me. I don't remember the verse.
So you haven't read that. You're right. So John says it multiple times.
That Moses wrote about me?
You didn't know that.
Specifically. I'm just educating me. First you tell me that it says that Moses saw Jesus when it didn't say that. So
it does say that. Yeah, no. It says the Spirit removes the veil.
Okay.
Right? Because the veil is read over in other words, Moses is preaching Christ, but the Jews don't believe it because there's a veil over their hearts. But like Moses, they see face to face. Jesus says that no one sees the Father at any times, right? At any time, right? When he's arguing with the Pharisees in John. If you believe Moses, you would have believed me, for he wrote about me. John 5:46.
John 5:46.
And the whole argument of that passage is that if no one sees the Father at any time, Jesus is saying, I was the one talking to Moses. And that's how Moses wrote about me. And that's why What?
Here's the even better one, Jay.
So I interpret that Moses writing about Jesus is in a prophetic sense, not necessarily that because Moses actually saw him.
Look at this. 1 John 5:20.
1 John 5:20.
And we know that the Son of God has come and has given us understanding that we may know him who is true, and we are in him who is true, in his Son Jesus Christ. This is the true God and eternal life.
All right, this is a bit of reading comprehension here. So it says, we know that the Son of God has come and has given us understanding so that we may know him who is true. So who is him who is true? And we are in him who is true and in his Son. So him who is true is referring to is the one who has a Son, Jesus Christ. He is the true God and eternal life. So that's talking about the Father, obviously, because the Father is his Father. So there's a Father.
All right, this is getting to be totally ridiculous. Hold on. Let's just put an end to this. You said that Moses was not talking about, didn't meet with Christ. Yet it's clearly him eating with somebody in Exodus 23. Who does Peter say was speaking through Moses?
What verse are you talking about?
1 Peter 1.
1 Peter 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
verse 10 and 11.
Verse 10 and 11. Concerning the salvation, the prophets who prophesied about the grace that was to be yours, searched and inquired carefully, inquiring what person or time the Spirit of Christ in them was indicating when he predicted the sufferings of Christ in the subsequent glories. So they have the Spirit. Can you see
of who? Of who?
Of Christ, sure.
Okay, but you just said they didn't have that. You said they didn't have that.
No, I said nowhere does it say Moses saw Christ.
But he has the Spirit of Christ in him?
Sure, that's what it says.
No, it does say that he saw Christ, because that's who he's into.
It doesn't say that he saw Christ.
Because that's who is. Who do you think Jesus is the one in the burning bush?
Absolutely not.
Okay, who's in the burning bush?
I mean, like the angel of the Lord.
Who is that?
The angel of the Lord.
Who is that though? Is it the Father?
No, it's not the Lord. It'd be the messenger or delegate of the Lord.
Of the delegate.
I mean,
Okay, so can you worship angels?
Sure.
You can worship angels. So you're an idolater.
He's an idolater.
So it depends on how you use the word.
Can you
So
can you call an angel God? Because does Jesus ever say I am?
Yeah, that's a bad argument.
No, it's not. You just know every argument that identifies this as Jesus, you say is a bad argument because you're heretic. So
yeah,
math.
That's why I don't. Okay, so that's a bad argument.
No, it's not a bad argument. So does Jesus say I am?
Yeah, but God doesn't say my name is I am.
Yes, he does. What are you talking
in the
about?
Greek, he says I am the one who is. He doesn't say I am in the Greek, in the Septuagint.
It doesn't matter. Do the Pharisees take? Do the Pharisees? You're an idiot. Do the Pharisees take Jesus to be blaspheming when he says I am?
That's the whole argument. Is that he says?
Do they?
He says,
Do they take when he says I am? Do they take him to be making a divine claim?
No.
Yes, they do. That's why they stone him. It says It says you seek to make yourself equal with God, and they sought to stone him. So you're wrong.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the argument.
Hold on. Let me finish. It's not because he said I am.
Yes, it is.
He said before Abraham was I am.
That refutes you.
That's the context of what he's saying. And so, like...
so you're saying that when he says I am, he's not identifying himself as I am.
And neither did God in
you're
the Greek.
You're a
in the
total
Old
idiot.
Testament.
All right, you're an idiot.
Now, tell me, in the Greek Septuagint, so that's the argument. The argument is that God in Exodus said, I am, right? Maybe you can get away with the...
Crypto Baggins. It's idiot Jehovah's Witness. I'm glad we finally got a Jehovah's Witness, though, because I don't think we've ever had one.
Well, you know what? Does this guy really think these arguments work on anybody? I mean, how stupid. Well, and actually, no, that word means this. But I like your last one that you ended with, Jay, is that it's very clear the Jews had Christ crucified because he was claiming equality with God. Like,
yeah, that's what it says in John, clear as day. Every chapter of John refutes that guy.
Yeah, it's not blasphemous to say before Abraham I would. Like,
but you notice as an Arian, what was he led to? That you can worship creatures. So look at Arianism, how polytheistic it is. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me this time?
Go ahead.
Am I coming through okay?
Yes, what's up, man?
Can you hear me, Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of those guys are just straight up narcissists, man. I mean, it's just crazy. I'm glad they come on; it's great content. But they're like, I think you guys are reading things into the text.
Well, I mean, he literally condemned himself out of his own mouth by citing before Abraham was I am. It's like, yeah, exactly.
So a lot of my buddies I talk with about theology come from a Reformed tradition, and I know, as I understand, to my best understanding from the Orthodox perspective, there's a pretty different approach to the crucifixion as far as like they don't, you guys don't hold to like substitutionary atonement. There's a much more nuanced, kind of deep, broader understanding that I think
penal substitutionary atonement in the classical Reformation sense ends up being anti-Trinitarian. That's why.
Yeah, but becomes like Nestorian or anti-Trinitarian.
Correct. Right.
What do you do with some of the verses that a lot of these Reformed Christians like grab onto, like the "He who knew no sin became sin" or things out of Isaiah 53? What does the Orthodox think on those?
Yeah, it's if you read John Damascus book 3, scroll all the way down to the bottom, last 3 chapters, he says it's called by appropriation. Sin doesn't have being. It doesn't have substance. You can't become sin, literally. It means he was accounted as one who was a sinner. He was accounted as one who was cursed. Cursed is everybody who hangs on a tree, Deuteronomy says, right? Christ hung on the tree of the cross. But as the eternal, pure Son of God, how could he be cursed? How can the Father reject the Son? The Father eternally generates the Son. He can't reject him and send him to hell or punish him. The punishment is the willing acceptance of death which means, as John Damascus says in Book 3, the severing of his human soul from his human body. That's the punishment that he willingly accepted, not that the Father turned his will against the Son. That could never happen. They share this ontologically the same will.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That makes a ton of sense. I had a Reformed pastor tell me that he wouldn't say that Jesus descended to hell, but he would use the terminology that he was damned by the Father. And then when I talked to him about the verses, and I guess 1st or 2nd Peter, the harrowing of hell verses, he said he believed that it was describing Christ preaching through Moses or through Noah. Have you ever heard anything like that?
Say that again.
I tried to breach the harrowing of hell doctrine, or the harrowing of Hades, with a buddy of mine who's Reformed, and he said that he believed the verses out of, is it 1st Peter or 2nd Peter? The preaching to the souls in prison.
1 Peter, I think.
He said he believed that the preaching to the souls in prison was Christ going to preach to people through Noah or through Moses. Have you ever heard anything like this?
Yeah, I've heard some people say this. But I mean, it's just a denial of the harrowing of Hades. I mean, the doctrine of the harrowing of Hades is not contingent just upon a passage in Peter. It's literally in like dozens of Psalms. If you read the Psalms, when David talks about speaking in the Spirit of Christ, by the way, which we just read in Peter, right? It's the descent. By the way, I think it's 2nd Peter. That is the descent in Hades. But like David describes the descent in like tons and tons of Psalms.
All right. Well, thanks so much.
Do you know what I'm talking? Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Blessed by you.
Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
I don't know the actual Psalms you'd be referring to, but I'd love to know.
It's like it's a lot of the messianic psalms David will describe the descent. It's him speaking in the Spirit as the Messiah, right? And it's about Christ's death. And he goes down to Hades, and he's there, and then Christ, and then the Father resurrects him. So, let me see. I've got a lot of.
So it's actually David like speaking in like metaphorically as Christ.
No, the Spirit of Christ is speaking through David. That's what Peter says, that all of the prophets are speaking the Spirit of Christ. So a lot of the Psalms are David speaking about what would happen to Christ. They're also David's life. It's a both and, it's not an either or. But most of David's Psalms are about Jesus. Okay?
God, man, I grew up in the Protestant church for years, and I've never heard that perspective. That's amazing.
No, you just go read the Psalms. It's really obvious, right? So, for example, Psalm 9 or 10, and if you have the Masoretic text, it has the sitting upon the throne of righteousness. That's the Messiah. It has his descent into Hades. Psalm 11 talks about his death. The descent into Hades is in Psalm 17/18, depending upon which text you're reading. It's a lot of this. A lot of these in this area have the descent. Yeah, these are all about Jesus going to Hades, and yeah, if you don't have a Christological interpretation, you're going to miss that. Psalm 31/32.
Well, that is Reformed.
Well, I think like, even some of the Reformed believe that it's about Jesus, but they think that it's Jesus like speaking as if he's damned by the Father. Do you hear me?
Because of their soteriological prima theologia?
Well, just because the the classical Reformation doctrine, whether it's Luther or Calvin or Charles Hodge or whatever, is that the Father damns the Son. That's the payment.
Yeah.
But anyway, and by the way, it's not just that. It's also Lamentations, right? I mean, Lamentations is the Spirit of Christ speaking. Lamentations has a description of the descent to Hades. Jeremiah also just speaks in this way in some passages. Jeremiah is a type of Christ. In fact, some of the church fathers even note that when Jeremiah is lowered into the pit when he's punished, that's a type of Christ descending into Hades. I mean, Jesus says the sign of Jonah, as Jonah was in the heart of the whale 3 days and 3 nights, so the Son of Man will be in the heart of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. That's talking about Hades. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Lamentations,
That makes a ton more sense.
Lamentations 3 talks about him going down to the cities of the dead. Lamentation, yeah, most of 3. Yeah. But good questions. So actually the descent into Hades.
Awesome, man. Thank you guys so much.
Sure, yeah, the descent into Hades is like all over the Old Testament when you understand it from that Christological perspective. But anyway, let's see who's next. Modern apostate. You gotta unmute, man. Modern apostate, are you there? You gotta unmute, dude. You're a Catholic. I'm ready for you. Come on. Unmute. Modern apostate. Why are you apostate if you're Catholic? I don't get it. He left. Okay, whatever. Corbin? We finally got an Arian, though. I'm happy to actually have gotten an Arian to come and debate. That's like super rare. You only get an Arian like once every frickin' 6 months. Corbin, you want to unmute?
Hey, can you hear me?
I was right, by the way. It's 1 Peter where it's the descent into Hades. Go ahead.
Hey, so I had a question about kind of the way Protestants are starting to look at the church fathers.
Mm-hmm.
So you get like the all nuanced and ever charitable Gavin Ortland.
Okay.
Will, he'll start looking at the church fathers, but the Protestants are now bringing their interpretative confusion to the early church texts. So that now we're no longer, arguing over who has the right interpretation of the Bible. Now we're moving to who has the right, interpretation of the early church fathers.
Well, they're just they're only interested in quote mining to try to find Protestants.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But I mean, and that's a natural process for. I mean, I did the same thing when I was a Calvinist, first confronted with like Catholic apologetics. First thing I did was start reading the church fathers to try to find Protestantism. So I think we can expect that that's kind of like what they're going to do. But if you're honest with what you see and you read the context, it's going to be more and more difficult to.
Can I make a point? Because
Sure.
I noticed with Arian too, and I remember as a Protestant doing this. You start with your position and thesis first. His was Christ is a creature, and then that means, what did he do? Any evidence that you present him is going to be filtered. Oh, no, that's not what that means.
Well, that and he didn't, and he from the outset said, I don't want to look at any Old Testament passages about Theophanies. I'm like, what? I mean, okay, but that's like.
So rather than immersing you, and this is, I was talking with a guy that was Reformed. He had come to the Orthodox booth that we set up yesterday, and he's interested in converting to Orthodoxy, but we were talking about this too. This is what happens when you're completely in your head and you're not immersed in an ethos and an incarnational life, Trinitarian life of a community, is that's how you learn. Otherwise, you're like this. Well, I start with my thesis, my whatever your Protestant position is, and then I'll go because I did the exact same thing. Whether it was theistic evolution and cap, I'm like, well, clearly, all the saints in Scripture and the apostles were
anarcho-capitalist. I kid you not. I have this mindset. And I'm like, I work so hard. I'm like, how do I make this verse support my position? How do I find the Father to support my... Doesn't that just seem backwards, though?
Well, it's really... The weirdest part of that was when he says that I am is not about I am in Exodus 3, because the very passage that the previous guy was saying about Bart Ehrman, he's like, Bart Ehrman says there's no passage in the book of Mark that proves Jesus' divinity. And it's like, when he's being questioned by the high priest says, are you the Christ, the Son of God? And Jesus says, I am. So they're like, there's no place where Jesus says he's the Son of God or claims to be divine. He literally says, I am. Verse 62. He says, you will see, then he says, you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power, coming with the clouds of heaven. Talking about the ascension and the second coming, right? So what do you mean he never claims to be divine? That's a divine claim, with Jesus literally telling the high priest, I am.
Oh, I forgot about this too. Well, he's just going to reinterpret it. Well, God can mean different things, but Thomas, doesn't Thomas say my Lord and my God?
Yeah, they'll just say, oh, well, he's just like exclaiming, Jesus is my Lord and Yahweh my God. They'll just say some nonsense like that.
Uh-huh.
But I mean,
kind of illustrates the failure of like the perspicuity of Scripture, that someone could take it and twist it like that. It's like, well, yeah, that's why we need authority to actually say, hey, your interpretation is wrong, and this one is the right one.
Also, if you would have continued reading 1 John, or was it before, it said there are three that are eternally one: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. Right when I was talking about where he had to dance around and do all the mental gymnastics.
They'll just say that the Johannine comma is, that it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you're talking about, the Johannine comma? They'll just say it's not supposed to be there.
I don't think that's the... Was that 5? Where is the...
That's at the 1 John 5's 20 something, I forget. But Isaiah 9, this is a great point that Sam Shamoon makes when it says, unto us a child is born, a son is given. The government will be upon his shoulder. His name will be called Wonderful, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. So this is clearly a messianic prophecy. The child that's born is called God. He's called Wonderful. That tells us who was speaking to Samson's parents when God appeared. And it says Yahweh appeared to Manoah. And says, Manoah says, what is your name? And the angel of the Lord says, why do you ask my name, seeing as it is wonderful? In other words, the same being that's appearing to Samson's parents is the same being right here identified as the Messiah, whose name is Wonderful. That's also the same being that appears in Genesis when the question comes up, what is your name? I think it's Jacob. And the angel of the Lord says, why do you ask my name? This is the very same thing that's said to Manoah.
No, I'm asking about, see if this is it. Is this the Johannine comma? For there are three that bear witness in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. And these three are one.
That's it. That's the Johannine comma. They'll just say it's not supposed to be there.
By the way, I have an interesting thought experiment. Just thinking about that guy. I'd like somebody to, like, just the most obvious thing. Is there anything that's so obvious that you can't actually do what that guy did and just re-explain? Well, you see, that means this, and he was doing a bunch of ad hocs. And I'm trying to think to demonstrate our point that you're casting pearls at swines. If somebody's convinced of something, and they're not going to give up on it, there's nothing you're going to say. So there's nothing that's so clear and obvious that you could actually present them as far as evidence. They would be like, you know what, I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with showing the Trinity is that it requires knowledge of Genesis to Revelation. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a thing that you prove with like a single passage here or there.
Yeah.
And every heretic that falls into a cult like that believes that there's this or that single passage, which is the ultimate passage that everything else has to be squeezed into. So, for example, an Arian will say, well, the Father's greater than I. That has to mean a metaphysical diminution of the Son. Thus, every passage has to fit to that presupposition. So they just they'll have like a single passage or two that everything else has to conform to based on their assumption. And they never question the assumption unless you start to question them. But I mean, that's making your point exactly, Father Deacon.
Well, it's like the Mark Twain quote, right? No amount of evidence will ever persuade an idiot. It's true. Like they'll always be, but you know, what if I say this? And
well, I mean, that Philippians passage is like clear as day. So is Hebrews 1. And he's just like, well, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It does say that, but it doesn't say what you want it to say. So you're just saying that it doesn't say that. Let this mind be in you, which was in Christ, who being the form of God, did not consider it robbery to be equal with God. In other words, it's not wrong for him to say he's equal with God. But he took on the form of a bondservant, coming in the likeness of men. I mean, clear as day is saying that he's equal with God. And he is the form of God, which is the form of God that appears all throughout the Old Testament as the angel of the Lord, the angel of his presence, the face of Yahweh, who's worshipped. And by the way, you can't worship angels. You hear that guy who's like, yeah, you can worship angels. No, you can't. Yahweh's name is in the angel. And Sam Shamoon had a great point too. It doesn't say Yahweh gave the angel his name in Exodus 23. It says the name of the Lord is in him. In other words, it's the same nature.
All right, well, yeah, that's pretty much all I had to ask about, so thank you, guys.
The other thing is these people make it seem like, you know, I just started reading and I came to this conclusion.
No, I guarantee you that guy, like, he was using all the same, like, Jehovah's Witness talking points.
Yeah. You drank the Kool-Aid and you were brainwashed by the cult.
So now he says, oh, it's just God's regent. No, God's regent does not have, he's saying a creature. So it's Michael or Gabriel, or let's say it's Michael the Archangel. Does Michael the Archangel have the nature of God? Does he have Yahweh's name? Does he have the ability to forgive sins? Remember, the Pharisees are telling Jesus in Mark,
only God
can forgive sins.
Yep.
And by the way, in Genesis 49, the angel is called the Redeemer, right? Is Joseph, right? Or it's Jacob. It's Jacob. Jacob at the end of Genesis says, "The angel is my Redeemer." Yeah, the angel who redeemed. This is Jacob's last blessing before he dies. The angel who redeemed me from all of my evil. That's the same angel he wrestled with. He's talking about. So Jacob is saying that this angel messenger is my Redeemer from sins, from evils. Well, only God can do that. So what are you talking about? Thank you, Corbin. Let's see here. So, apostate, do you want to try again?
Hey, Jay.
Uh-huh.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, just on the penal substitution theory, I was reading Hebrews 9 recently, and it says the offering of the Son was made by the Holy Spirit. So when, I'm arguing with some Protestant friends, and they're saying how, Christ is never not the Son of God. He's always in union with essence, but, through economy or something, they argue he's not united to the Father, he's being judged. That, the question I have for them is, if the offering is done by the Holy Spirit, then is the Holy Spirit then also somehow separated from the Father? And why would that be the case? So it just kind of doesn't make any sense.
Well, the Byzantine Synod in the 11th century solved this when they condemned the deacon Soterikos. And we did a video on this because the offering is triadic. So there's nothing wrong with saying that the Spirit, obviously the Spirit has a role in it, but the offering is triadic. It's the Son offering the humanity to the Father in the Spirit.
Yeah. So then, how do you understand the difference between? Because the argument they make is that it's just like an action. I don't know. I'm not too well versed in the difference between like economia and the essence distinction of God, or like the union of God in essence versus His operations. So is the Orthodox theology basically say that out of the essence, like the operations have to always be in union because they have one essence?
Well, we don't think essences act. Only persons act. Persons act according to the nature that they have. So God acts according to the nature that He has, but it's not God's nature acting. It's the person of the Father through the Son in the Spirit acting. So every action is triadic. So it's from the. Go ahead.
Would the argument against like a Protestant be that because they are of one essence, their operations always have to be in union?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sounds
good. But each person uniquely actualizes the one triadic act. So, for example, the Father is the beginning of every act. The Son is who the act happens through. And every one of those actions is in the Spirit. And that's why, for example, the passage that you mentioned, it says, how much shall the blood of Christ through the eternal Spirit offer Himself without spot to the Father. So that's a triadic offering in the heavenly liturgy.
Yeah, okay. And just to follow up on that as well, when it comes to, St. Isaac who's writing about, or St. Damascene, right? Is that St. John?
About what?
About when it's saying Christ became sin by appropriation. Is that St. John?
Yeah, St. John Damascus, book 3. It's the last 4 sections.
Yeah. Okay, so when it says that Christ, so His body was separated from His soul, is that not Nestorian because the soul and the body are of the nature of the man versus the soul being separated from God? That would be like a Nestorian heresy.
Well, it's not Nestorian because specifically in that section he says that even when the soul descended into Hades, it was the divine person of the Son who remained the only person to that soul. So the only subject in the incarnate Christ's life is a divine subject of the Logos. And then he argues that even more forcefully in the death of Christ, that even when Christ's body was severed from his, when the soul was severed from the body, the divine person of the Logos was still the person to both the body and the soul, even though they're severed.
Okay. All right. Cool.
And thus the divine person of the Logos descended in the human soul into Hades.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I appreciate it. Looking into Orthodoxy. Really appreciate the spaces.
Thank you, man. Yeah, great. Those are great questions. If you look up the video that I did, this Byzantine Synod is great. I mean, it's also in the Pomazansky book too. And it really, if you understand it and the liturgical offering and the theology of the liturgy, it actually refutes the Protestant position. It's pretty amazing if you think about it. Let me pull that video up. We did a longer talk on it, but then there's a shorter one, which should be this one. Now let me find it real quick. Penal substitution refuted in Byzantium, is I think what I titled that video. But if you want a longer, actually the longest treatment I've found of that is there's a whole chapter in the Meyendorff-Pomazansky book on rise of medieval papacy. There's a whole, that Byzantine Synod has a whole chapter. But if you want the rundown of that, it's in this video here that we did. Right here. Penal substitution refuted in Byzantium. 20-minute video. So I'll put that in the chat for you guys. Thank you guys to everybody who's been so generous tonight. Warrior. You gotta unmute. Warrior, you have to unmute if you want to talk.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Barely, what's up?
Good. Well, I am a Muslim, huh? And I don't know if you guys have read Quran and at least for your knowledge to see the big picture. Because
I can't hear you, man. Quran what? Speak up. We barely hear you, dude. Quran what?
No, I said.
Okay.
I don't know if you've read Quran or not, because you are debating Islam, right? So have you read Quran, all of it?
I've not read it all, no.
Oh, so you don't have an idea of the structure of Quran, like because Quran is literally the words of God, and He explains the process, all of it, including Jesus in there, and all what you call religions. So in Quran, and Allah, this God, this creator, yeah, when I say God, it's only the creator, forget about the other gods, yeah. This creator in Quran has one religion. He doesn't have many religions for each tribe, for each nation,
Okay,
right?
so do you want to have a discussion, or do you just want to do like a sales pitch?
I'm teaching you, because you are ignorant. You haven't read Quran, yeah? So I'm teaching you what's in Quran.
Well, I'm going to teach you that you're ignorant.
You cannot debate Islam.
I'm going to teach you that you're ignorant.
If you haven't read Quran.
Yeah, do you want me to explain why?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm going to teach you that you're ignorant of the revelation that came before, which...
I don't care about revelations.
Ah.
I'm just telling you.
Okay. So then why does your Quran...
Because your revelation, you have 20 books. Which one is the correct one?
What are you talking about, 20 books? So does your Quran tell...
How many...
Let me ask you a question, dude. Chill out. Hold on.
Go ahead.
So does your Quran tell me to check the revelation of the Quran versus the prior revelation to the Christians and the Jews?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
The Quran says that those books are corrupt.
No, it doesn't.
That's
No, it doesn't.
Quran
No, it
came,
doesn't.
by the way.
Do you want me to read it to you?
Quran, hold on. Quran came because the books before were corrupt by men.
No, it doesn't say that. No, it doesn't say that. It says to check. Let me read it. Let me read it.
Yeah.
So this is 2:43. Excuse me, 2:40.
Right?
O children of Israel, remember my blessing which I bestowed upon you. Fulfill my covenant. I will fulfill your covenant. Be in awe of me. Believe in that which I sent down, confirming which you now have with you. So it's talking about the Torah, right?
Yeah, hold on. So now Allah, God is talking to Bani Israel at that time.
Correct.
So it's a process. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish.
No. I got your point. I'm very quick in understanding what you say.
Okay, and then hold on, and then.
By the way, hold on. Let me finish. Majority of Quran, by the way, at least 60-70% is about Bani Israel, the sons of Israel.
I'm aware of that. Right.
Allah gives you the process of His messages to these people slowly, step by step.
I know that that's your view. I understand that that's your view. I understand.
The verse, hold on. The verse you just mentioned, yes, at each time, but they become corrupt after that.
Hold on. You're saying that. You're saying that. Where does the Quran say that? Where does the Quran say it's corrupt?
Hold on. I'm not denying the books. Of course, Allah sent books to all nations, but it's always
Okay, what are the books? But you're not listening to what I'm going to say.
I will tell you what.
You don't even know what I'm going to say. Does the Quran... Listen, dude. Does the Quran tell me to... Listen. In 5...
Hold on 1 second.
I'm booting... If you don't shut up, I'm booting you. Okay? Does the Quran tell me to...
I don't care about your threats. If you are not listening, also that's a problem for you. So you have to listen. You have the space to listen, right?
I already know these dumb arguments. Hey, I've already debated the top Muslims. I've debated the... So what? You haven't read the Bible. You're an idiot. So what?
You are ignorant.
No, you're ignorant.
And you can go ahead and verify what I say. Literally.
Does the Quran tell me...
Where to find it.
So you won't answer this question. Does the Quran tell me to confirm the revelation in the Quran by the Torah?
All the books in Quran, the Torah and the Bible, the Injil, all the ones that came with the messengers are through the true words of God, but they've been falsified after.
Where do you prove that it was falsified?
I can prove it right now. How many Bibles do you have?
Where in the Quran does it say that?
Because,
Where does the Quran say that?
I will, of course, I will give you the verses. But right now,
No, where does it say that the Torah and the Bible? Where does the Quran say the Torah and the Injil are corrupted?
Yeah. Okay. Let me give you some verses. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're going to go to the. Yeah, I know what verses you're going to go to. You're going to go to the ones where it says they perverted, but it doesn't say that they perverted the text. It says they perverted the interpretation.
It says اتخذوا أحبارهم ورهبانهم أربابا من دون الله. They took their rabbis and their monks as gods other than the God, because they follow the word.
That doesn't have anything. That doesn't say the text is perverted. That says the Christians viewed them.
They follow the word of man.
That doesn't say the text is corrupted, so you lied.
Are you even a logical person?
I already know this argument. It doesn't say the text is corrupted.
It's not an argument.
And but it's not an argument.
I'm not arguing. Hold on one second.
You are arguing. So these people are idiots. I am not arguing as I argue. So I've heard this debate like literally 50 times.
Quickly, I'm not here to debate, Jay.
Well, it's a debate space, so why are you here?
I know. I just come here respectfully, just to warn you that even this warrior guy, as you see his character, right? The way he doesn't let you finish, the way he doesn't let you talk.
Who, me?
The way he doesn't want to open his ears and
Me?
then reply, right?
Are you talking about me or him?
No, warrior. Not you, the other guy.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm telling you this as a Muslim, right? And we actually had a debate with him. And the problem with this guy is he interprets the Quran in his own wording, right?
Yeah. I mean, I could tell that, yeah.
Exactly. So we as Muslim, how we work is that if, example, I read the Quran, I'm going to go seek knowledge from someone knowledgeable, right? And I'm pretty sure the Christians do as the same thing.
Sure.
When they read the Bible, they'll go ask, okay, what does this verse mean to someone with actually knowledge who studied the Bible, right? So you cannot trust a guy who comes here, especially the guy, I know you don't know him, but who like doesn't even know how to debate. He doesn't know how to even discuss, right? So I'm just telling you, as a Muslim who follows the Quran and the Sunnah, this guy is corrupted.
Okay.
And he's just here to create division, and he's not someone. I think he has a mental ill, honestly, not to be rude. So he doesn't represent Muslims. I just want to be clear on that. In regards of Christians, I highly have the utmost respect for you guys, and I feel like the Western world is being like totally destructive, right? It's totally corrupted, and we do need a God-fearing Christian man who takes the lead in all of the Western countries, from the UK to Canada to the United States. So I'm with you guys on that. And we Muslims, we do really respect the Christians. Actually, there's many verses in the Quran who actually tells us that the Christians are the closest to us as faith, because you guys do not really disrespect your prophets. You guys believe in one God, and you guys are really respectful in towards of the scripture of your book, right? Not like the Jewish. The Jewish actually in their scriptures, they actually disrespect their own prophets. They disrespect Jesus, peace be upon him, right?
Yeah,
I just want to come here and tell you guys that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And I was going to say, if I had gotten further in the discussion, 1037 says, this Quran could not have been fabricated by anyone apart from God. Rather, it is a confirmation of that which came before it, an elaboration of the book in which there is no doubt from the Lord of the worlds. And so that, as I understand it, is telling me that if I'm going to confirm the message that if I'm a 7th century Christian or Jew or just an Arab standing there hearing this, it's telling me that if I want to confirm this message, I should go and look at what came before. But I can't do that unless what came before is reliable.
Right. It's important to know that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace and blessings be upon him, was actually illiterate.
Right. I'm aware.
When the Quran was revealed to him, and it wasn't revealed in written wise, but by narration.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said here. If I'm a hearer, if I'm hearing this, and the message orally says to go confirm it with what came before,
exactly. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Then how could I do that if I couldn't go to the Torah and the Gospel?
So basically, as we all know, God is all-powerful and all-knowing. So when he transmitted the message to the Jibril, which is the angel Gabriel, to transmit the message to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, actually God is all-knowing, right? So he knew what happened with Moses, he knew what happened with Abraham, and he knew what happened with Isa, which is Jesus. So he's going to tell them exactly what happened before. And we actually say the Torah, the original Torah, right, was sent out to Moses, and then what happened? It was corrupted.
Okay, but where do you get the evidence that it's corrupted?
Okay, so why? I have a question. Why did God send prophets?
You mean the Old Testament, like Isaiah, or
in any religion? You could be, you could tell a Muslim. You could even in your Christian.
Well, I don't believe in prophets in other religions, generally speaking. So
okay, so in Christianity, then, if you're Christian, right?
Well, we would say that like Moses and Ezekiel and any of the prophets were sent for various reasons, for calling Israel back to the worship of God when they fell away, and also to predict the coming of the Messiah. That's why most of those passages are there.
Excellent. So basically, it's the same reasoning as us, right? We sent prophets and the main message was to worship one God and one God only, and do not worship any statues, do not worship man, do not worship anything in regards of their message, right? And our belief is that in regards of why was messengers sent, is because one is to spread that message I just mentioned, and secondly, it's to make sure that when the population gets corrupted, right, we're gonna send another prophet to.
I understand. I understand that
the same message, right? Because we know that humans sometimes are arrogant, right, and wanna, they have ego and all that stuff, so they wanna interpret it the way they want it,
right?
And
but,
stuff like that.
But let's rewind it a bit, because I think you missed what I was getting at. So what I'm getting at is, from our perspective, there can't be any new prophets after the time of Christ and the apostles. So out of hand, I understand you don't believe this. I'm saying our position. So out of hand, we would reject Muhammad as a prophet. And one of the ways that I would try to demonstrate my position is by saying, if your book tells me to check it with prior revelation says that anything new has to be consistent with what came before. So if the Bible teaches the Trinity and it teaches the Deity of Christ, then clearly they're not consistent. There's some contradiction. So, and you're going to say, right. I know you're going to say that the books are corrupted. I'm well aware. So I've debated all the top Muslims. But I want to know is, how do you demonstrate to me, if the Quran is telling me to check this new revelation of the Quran versus what came before, how could I do that if what came before is corrupted? And also, the Quran doesn't actually say that what came before is corrupted.
So basically, in regards of our beliefs, I understand. So what you said is that, how is it that basically proves that the other, holy scriptures were actually corrupted, right? And where is the proof in the Quran mentioning?
Well, that was part of my argument, but
yes.
We'll go ahead. We'll go with it.
Yeah, and the other part was that you got the Trinity.
No. I said let's rewind. So let's say, I know that you don't believe this, but hypothetically, try to understand what our position is, even if you don't believe it. So in our vantage point, there are warnings about new revelations. So for example, Deuteronomy 13, Deuteronomy 18, those tell us that any new revelations that come, they have to be consistent with what came before historically, right? And if something comes as a new revelation or claims to be a new revelation, if it's not consistent with what came before, it has to be rejected. Our position holds that when when Jesus and Paul, when they're preaching and teaching, they have that same idea from Deuteronomy 13 and 18, that anything that comes has to be consistent with what came before. That's why we always stress that the Old Testament and the New Testament are consistent, that the Trinity is in the Old Testament. It's not a new doctrine. I understand you don't believe that, but what I'm saying is that since that's our view, if I'm a Christian in, say, the 7th century, and I'm hearing the Quran, and it tells me to check this new revelation of the Quran against the prior revelation of the Torah and the Injil, then the only way I could do that is if what I already possess is reliable, you see. Because if it's not reliable, then I can't check the new revelation against it. Do you see how that's a conundrum?
Yeah, I feel you on that. In regards of trying to prove you that that in our belief that the NG, well, we do actually believe in the Torah, the original Torah, and we do believe.
Well, hold on. So what's the original Torah?
So the Torah was the Torah that was revealed to Moses, right?
So but to be precise, is it not this Torah that I have with me in front of me? Is that not it?
So it's the Old Testament that hasn't been changed. So we
but wait a minute. So that's the key point. So how do you know?
We cannot retrieve the original Torah.
How do you? Well, wait a minute. So I have the same Torah that the Jews have, right?
Yes. And
but how do you know? But you're saying that no, there's this other one that's ancient that was not corrupted.
I'll answer your question, and that goes with the Injil as well. Okay. Can you tell me what's the chain of narration? So the chain that comes from the Injil.
So you're changing the topic
until today.
No, you're changing the topic. All I'm asking you is to tell me how do we know that this Torah that I have right here is not the right one? Because if
that answers the question.
No, it doesn't. You just look. The Quran says to check it with what came before. You understand that this is what came before, right? What other what other Torah would the Jew or Christian in the 7th century hearing this message look at?
Okay, can you go in the Quran?
Are you not
chapter 3, verse 3?
Yeah. Yeah, I just read this a minute ago, right? He sent down the book upon thee in truth, confirming what came before. He sent down the Torah and the gospel.
Okay, so basically in the Muslim view, okay, we believe that there was original scripture.
I understand that you believe that.
Question in regards of how can I prove to you that the Gospel of John or the Old Testament or any other Gospels, right?
You're missing the argument. You're missing it's way simpler than that. Imagine that I'm a 7th century Christian or Jew hearing this passage right here in Surah 3, right? And then there's another passage, by the way, that says you can go confirm this. If I was to go confirm this, like Surah 10:37, right? What other Torah could I go to than the one that the Christians and the Jews possessed? Because you understand that it's this one. It's the same one that I have. Do you understand that or not?
Absolutely. And my question is to you, how do you know it's the same one that you have?
Because the Jews and the Christians possess the same one that this time period of the 7th century is telling me to go look at.
Okay, and because when you say that the Torah, your stance is that it hasn't been corrupted and it always has been the
But I'm saying, right? even if it is or isn't, regardless of, I know that you believe it's corrupted, but I'm saying that.
No, I'm not going to. Yeah, of course, this is my belief, such as you have your belief.
But you're missing the argument, dude. The argument is that in the 7th century, if I'm hearing this, what other Torah could I go to?
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to clear up something. I'm not a super knowledgeable guy when it comes to what kind of proof I could give you in the Quran that will debunk your statement.
Okay, well, outside the Quran. Outside the Quran. It doesn't have to be.
Wait. However, I actually hold spaces with sheikhs, and we actually talk about these kind of debates, right? I'll be more than happy for you to join in one day, or we can even join your space.
Okay.
With the sheikh, he's actually a scholar who studied Islam and Christianity from A to Z, right? And that would be a great discussion.
Yeah.
Actually,
this is open anytime, every day.
Actually, born of Elion, follow him. He actually assisted one of our spaces. and he could tell you
Okay.
we're really respectful. We're not like we actually let people talk. We go one by one, and then you could give up any question you could ask.
Okay.
Any question.
So
you ask,
if you've seen the debate with Daniel Hakikachu, then you can watch and see this same argument represented. And we open this up all the time, so you're welcome to hop back in anytime. Let's see, Azazel. All right, as he's having a hard time connecting, could pop out and pop back in if you want. Dusty. I appreciate him coming on, though. He was a lot better than the first Muslim. Go ahead.
Hello, Jay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. Hello? Syed. I guess we got another Muslim.
Yo, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
So I'm not here to debate. I just have a few questions, if you could answer them really quick.
Okay.
What's like the easiest route, you would say, to disproving the Roman Catholic worldview?
I would say at this point, probably these two things would be the most accessible. I mean, a lot of people are not going to get into like the Filioque and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be too obscure. So I would say if you read this article here about the ecumenical canons in the first 7 councils, we see that it's not the attitude of Vatican I, and then I would go and read the Alexandria document and what all it admits.
Is that the Chieti document?
No, it's the newer version of that. It's even more. It's even stronger than Chieti. So this is last year's. This is the follow up to the Chieti document from last year called the Alexandria document, and it's even stronger. I would say those two things constitute some of the strongest present day admissions.
But what if the Tradcath would just posit what's that, John Henry Newman's development of doctrine? Like, what if he does that?
Okay, but Pastor Eternus and Satis Cognitum do not present it as a development. It presents it as something that was true from the earliest days, known by all, believed by all.
Oh, okay.
So, in other words, those are two mutually exclusive claims. And so, for example, if you look at the Chieti document, for example, it admits, as you know, I'm sure, the very last paragraph says that the Roman bishop did not exercise canonical authority over the churches of the East. And the Roman Catholics will say, well, he had the power, but he didn't exercise it. Well, that actually contradicts the claim that it was always recognized, and it would cancel out all the examples that they try to give of papal universal jurisdiction from Clement to Hormisdas to whoever.
Okay, wait. Sorry to interrupt, but when I said the best way to disprove their worldview, I mean the most robust way, not exactly the most accessible one. Even if it's hard to get into.
I mean, I think if you go into epistemology, you can really just end the whole thing easily if you demolish their foundationalist epistemology, which is the whole thing is built on that. Then, then philosophically it collapses. Theologically, I think I would say Mortalium Animos, because it basically calls all of the ecumenist actions apostasy. And the great thing about that document is that's Pius XI in 1928 writing about interfaith Christian ecumenism being apostasy, how much more would interreligious ecumenism with Buddhists and pagans be even worse?
Okay, another question I have is like, what would be like the most robust way where you would go about the same with like an Oriental Orthodox?
That one I think requires more getting into the essence energy distinction and getting into Christology. So I would say if you watch some of David's debates and videos on Oriental Orthodoxy, those are probably the most robust, I would say. So look up David Erhan's videos on that. Dusty, you want to try again?
Hello, Jay. You there? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Awesome. Hey, Jay, I'd like to make a statement and see how this kind of plays out. Jay, I believe that the Orthodox Christian Trinitarian God and Trinitarian God. And I can go ahead and explain why that is.
You cut out, man. Can you start over? You cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me all right?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to say, I'll make a statement. The Orthodox Christian God and the Hare Krishna version of the Hindu God is the same Trinitarian God. I can annihilate why that is.
Annihilate. That's not a word. What do you mean?
Well, I'll just make it up, but I'll go ahead and just say how that.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not. I promise.
Well, you're saying annihilate, and you're over here.
Okay, I'm just making up words, Jay. But anyways, so to kind of go and explain, I'll make a statement as to the position of the Hindu God, and then you can just we can go back and forth and debate if this is the same or not. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Hindu God is defined as this. It is Sat, Chit, and Ananda. What that means is that Sat is infinity or undistinct reality. Chit is knowledge. Ananda is creative free will.
Okay, that's not the Trinity. So.
Right. So the Hindu God is all three of these qualities in full together in one form. So I can explain why I think this this equates to the same thing.
So I'm sorry. I can't take it seriously if you're just making up words, man. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. C.
Hey, Jay, I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about the Filioque. I heard Father Josiah Trenum talk about how there's this theological principle that whatever isn't common to the divine nature is unique to a person, and that pretty much started me off on.
Yes, this is from the Cappadocians. So the Cappadocians say anything that isn't common to all three has to be a particular property of a person. Correct.
Yeah. So I just had a question about.
And by the way, anything that isn't a personal property must, by extension, also be common to all three. So there's no power that two have.
Exactly. I just had a question about the cause. If we're saying that the Father and the Son both cause the Holy Spirit, isn't that two monads? I know that they want to say that.
We don't say that. You talking about Roman Catholics?
No, Roman Catholic is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So wouldn't that be two monads, and can that be labeled polytheism?
Well, actually, no, it's a dyad, and that's the whole critique of Saint Photius.
Yeah.
That's Photius's critique. Yeah, Photius says that this ends up as a dyad.
Yeah. So would you say that if people are holding that position, Roman Catholics, Protestants, that they're sort of polytheist?
Yeah. I mean, that's literally the argument of St. Photius. And if you read St. Gregory Palamas' apodictic treatise on the Holy Spirit, he goes even further into deconstructing that and going even further into the absurdities than St. Photius did.
All right. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't think they intend to be that, but they do. It's kind of like that Arian dude that was on here where he was like, okay, yeah, I guess I'm a polytheist or whatever. So, because there's a lot of gods or whatever. So, okay. So, and then he's like, but I'm not a polytheist, even though there's a lot of gods. Theoretical. So it's open forum for people who disagree or debate on the topics of Protestantism, Catholicism, Islam, Gnosticism, Hebrew roots, Black Hebrew Israelite, Jehovah's Witness, Unitarian, Mormon. Theodore, it's not letting you connect. You want to pop out, pop back in. Guys, I don't mind going to you guys, but look, if it's about tag, I don't want to talk about tag. I'm not doing atheist debates. So, Matt, what's up?
Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
Hey, brother. Hey, Christian here, man. Christian. Hey, I wanna. I got into the faith of my brother John. I'm trying to find we were leaning Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, but I wanna like all my grandparents, like most of my grandparents and like most of my family are Pentecostal. Can you tell me I guess the significant or main difference between the two denominations on those?
Well, I mean, there's huge differences. So, many Pentecostals aren't even Trinitarians. They don't even believe in the Trinity. Some do, or at least profess to. I mean, totally different view of the church, totally different view of how we live the Christian life, totally different view of what worship is. I mean, the major differences are going to be like liturgical worship versus like drums and rock and roll. I mean, just vastly different. I would say, just go watch a couple... watch a Fountain of Immortality documentary on the Orthodox liturgy. Watch the Icon documentary. Those will give you kind of insights into the major differences. Luke? You gotta unmute.
Hey, Jay. I just had a question about a Filioque, pro-Filioque argument that I keep getting
Okay.
from a lot of Catholics, and they were referencing you and I think Dr. Branson as well about the question, and I kind of gave them an answer of it, but I would like to hear what your answer would be, because I know I've heard you talk about this before, but the question they always is, how do you account for the real relation between the persons without relation of opposition? Like, they just kept copying and pasting and spamming it.
Oh, I mean, I thought it was actually going to be a good argument. That's like even dumber than I expected. How do you account? I mean, they don't understand what a hypostatic prop. I would have thought by this point they would know what hypostatic properties are. So, we don't account for the persons. First of all, relations of opposition. Opposition relates to a dyad. You can't have opposition in a triad. So that didn't make any sense. And all you have to do is just go read the Cappadocians. They don't do any of this relations of opposition. That's an Augustinian idea. The way that we pick out the persons is called hypostatic properties. We begin with the person. Huh?
That's what I was trying to explain to him, and he just kept saying, like, he just kept copying and pasting it, like, over and over.
Well, then you're wasting your time talking to a robot. I mean, the way that we begin is with the person of the Father as cause. That's the Cappadocian model. And they call him the sole cause, S-O-L-E, sole only cause is the Father. And the thing that picks out the Son is that he's eternally generated. The thing that picks out the Spirit is that he's eternally spirated. Basil says, what this difference is, we do not know. That there is a difference, we do know.
Yeah, because I quoted that, because I was like, that's literally Basil's quote. And he was like, well, that's not enough for me. Like, and I was like, so the only reason you have the Son with the active property of being able to have the Spirit proceeding from it is to prove the Filioque? Like, that's the only reason that you need to have that? So
yeah, I mean, it's that low. So that's really dumb. And by the way, like, there are relations. They're just not relations of opposition. So the Cappadocians talk about relations because the Father is related to the Son as being the eternal source of the Son. The Son is related to the Father as being the eternally begotten of the Father. Those are relations. But as Losky says, you can't reduce person to relation. A person is more than a relation. A relation is something a person has. It's not what the person is.
Yeah, he was like, I understand that in Orthodoxy, you have a distinction between procession and begottenness, but that distinction is a mystery, and I can't accept that. And I was
then he's going to end up an Arian because the whole all of Trinitarian theology is based on, like, the fact that God transcends our conceptions. But
he was like, well, I can't accept that. It's a mystery. Like, it doesn't, it's not coherent. And he said, since the Filioque has the Son with that property, it makes it more coherent.
Well, it doesn't make it more coherent, because now the Holy Spirit is diminished because he lacks the power that the Father and the Son share. That's called subordinationism. Go ahead.
Hi, how are you, Jake?
Good. What's up, man?
Not much. Well, we're debating around TikTok apologetic circles. Just wanted to see what you think of this. I guess the Ashari say to us that the Son is contingent or necessary or dependent on the Father, right? It poses no issue for us because God can't be dependent on God. So I reversed their argument and made them have to stick to the criteria they set. By that criteria, that would mean that the attribute of speech, which belongs to Allah, has ownership to Allah, is contingent, necessary, and dependent on a creature, that creature being Muhammad. Because Allah has aligned his revelation to coincide with actions of Muhammad, i.e. those actions became the, I guess, perfect moral exemplary character to follow for all times and places. Therefore, something that's contingent on Allah, which is the attribute he has, and Ashari and Athari defer on whether this is part of the essence yet distinct, or just fall into ADS, basically. No distinction from the essence. But is that a valid argument to bring forth to them when they try to use that against us?
I think you could go that route, but I mean, you could also just do, because in the debate between Dr. Bo and Jake, that's exactly where that debate goes, because Dr. Bo just says, well, are the attributes of Allah dependent upon his essence? Are they? So you just asked the same question, the same type of question about Allah's relationship to his attributes that Jake is trying to pin everybody else on terms of the Trinity. And so he just says, well, don't you have the exact same question of relating these two things within Allah? And Jake is like, no, because persons aren't attributes. Yeah, we know that you don't think persons are attributes, but that isn't answering the fact that you have the same metaphysical problem if you want to try to make that the root of the objection. So, I think you could probably apply that to Muhammad as well if they want to make, I don't know what, Allah's revelation dependent upon Muhammad.
Yep. They go so far. I don't know if you know the difference between the Ashari and the Athari, but basically, I'll give you a direct example. So that when Moses spoke to Allah, they call him Kalim Allah. That means the one that spoke to Allah. The Ashari say that the attribute of speech is not even speech, merely it's something that's unbeknownst to humanity, because they don't take the attributes of Allah to be distinct from his essence. They are one with his essence. So they go so far to apply philosophy onto it, and they'll say to us, when God spoke to Moses, it was not verbatim speech. See, we hold a similar position to the Athari, at least with Jake, that you debated. We would say that, yes, it was verbatim speech. The how, the kayfiyah, we don't go into, but that's just what occurred. Does that... So what I was going to get at is the Ashari position. I mean, I don't even know how you can, I guess, they fall into ADS, I feel like, because they're just trying to not have any distinction to the point where they say that the attribute of speech is not even speech. So, for example, in the debate with them, I said, then did Allah use sign language like a deaf person uses? Maybe he used telekinesis. Maybe he should have called it the attribute of communication, because if he's saying it's the attribute of speech, what does that denote? It must be speech. So they make Allah a mute, the Ashari.
Interesting. I didn't realize that difference there. Interesting.
Yeah, just it's really interesting because the TikTok, TikTok debating scene, you can imagine how it is. But there is a few, Orthodox like me and others that I think we do a really good job on there. We've brought a Muslim TikTok apologist to Christ. So
awesome. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate you shouting out you guys' stuff there. That's Orthodoxy or Death. I followed him on Twitter, so look for him on TikTok. Anything else you want to shout out?
No, that's it. My TikTok handle is Apostolic Prince, if anyone wants to follow.
Okay.
So Apostolic Prince, you'll find me, and I've done some good refutation. No, I appreciate having me up, Jay, and I'll try to join again another time, man.
Absolutely, man.
Delve into deeper, but yeah.
Great work, dude. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't mean to cut you off. If you have more to say, you can hop back in. I'll go back to you. Before we go to Il Duce, let's read a few super chats here since we got McPapa John $5. Jay, I've been tuning in for a few years now. I work at a federal higher academic institution, interested in chatting about hidden pitfalls of biomedical research and latent occult undertones. Do you have upcoming episodes on this? I don't think so. That sounds pretty wild, though. But I'll keep an eye out for that if you want to send me an email or something. Nectarios, $100. Jay, thanks be to God for the work that you do. It helps. My question is, by the way, $100. Thank you so much, man. Where is the Protestant doctrine of a literal 1,000-year reign originate? Thank you. Also, your song "While We Wait" is fire. I bopped to it, Christos and Esti. While we wait. What's my song? While we wait. I don't know what you mean. Oh, you mean the theme while you guys are waiting? Yeah, that's the Nintendo 64 GoldenEye theme that somebody put to like a rap beat. I just found it online, but thank you. So some of the early post-apostolic fathers have statements about the millennium that probably so there is a millennium, right, that's in the book of Revelation, but we don't believe that it's like a literal 1,000 years. It's just a way to describe a long period of time that is the Messiah's kingdom. So we just think that's the entire period of the eschaton of the eternal church reality. Just like God, it says in the Psalms, for example, that God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. It doesn't mean that God doesn't own the cattle on hill 1001. It's just a common descriptor in Scripture of a lot or a long time. So to say that the kingdom is a millennium is just expressing a long time. It's not a literal 1,000-year kingdom where Jesus comes back and sets up a temple in Jerusalem and reinstitutes animal sacrifices and all this kind of stuff. Now, not every premillennialist, to be fair, believes that, but many of them do, especially the dispensational premillennialists. So premillennialism comes from some of the readings of the post-apostolic fathers who described the Messianic era in language probably gotten from the prophets, where, for example, Zechariah or some of the other prophets talks about, people living to a long lifespan, or the trees of the leaves of the tree are for the healing of the nations. And so they had this sort of over literal reading both of the prophets describing the Messianic era and of the church fathers using that type of language. So I think like Irenaeus, even Ignatius. So premillennialists will believe, whether they're premillennialists of the 2nd and 3rd century or they're premillennialists of the modern sort of Protestant ideology, they will default to believing that all of those passages, whether the Old Testament prophetic texts or the post-apostolic fathers, they'll default to believing that's all literal. At the Council of Constantinople I, where we get the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, the church decided to get rid of all Chiliasm or millennialism in the sense of a literal millennium when the creed says, whose kingdom shall have no end. That is intended by the Second Ecumenical Council of 381 to get rid of and throw out premillennialism. So no Orthodox person can believe in premillennialism. But as to where it comes from the people in the 4th century still believing and holding to premillennialism, and it's revived at various times by various Protestants. I don't actually know who the first modern Protestant premillennial person was. Probably one of the radical reformers, I would guess. I wonder if Google is smart enough to answer that question. What Protestant? Now, some of the medieval sectarians, if you go back to my lecture where we lectured through Malcolm Lambert's 600-page book on the history of medieval heresies, I did a whole lecture on that book. Some of the medieval cults and Western heretical groups had forms of millenarianism. I think even the Munster rebellion were millennialists. So ironically, it actually becomes an influence on the communists. Communists end up being influenced by Joachim of Fiore, the Munster rebellion, and other heterodox weird groups. But what we call, or what we typically think of as premillennialism, is probably, I'm going to guess, and we'll look and see if we can find anything, from a radical reformer. These are good questions because I haven't actually even thought about this in probably 15 years. So, let's see. Now, I mean, Wikipedia is not our best option, but just looking for some kind of general idea. So it mentions a lot of what I said, right? So, and I was right, Anabaptists. So according to the Lutheran Augsburg Confession, they condemned the Anabaptists not just for their rebaptism position, but also on their apparent premillennial position. Yeah, so it would actually be Anabaptists. Certain Anabaptists, like certain Huguenots and Bohemian Brethren, were premillennial. Oh, I didn't know Servetus. So Servetus was a millennialist, even though he was anti-Trinitarian. And then the next most important, Hugh Latimer, I think he was a fairly important, Anglican, says. Then Jonathan Edwards, interesting. So the next important premillennial theologian would be Jonathan Edwards. Interesting. So yeah, it's more of a radical reformer thing. All right, I'm kind of wearing down, but I'll try to keep going. John. Honeybee, $100. Thank you so much. 00 Honeybee gives $100. So that's $200 super chatters. Really appreciate that. Go ahead, John. You gotta unmute.
Yeah, just wanted to talk briefly about, well, since you're Orthodox, you believe in the whole tradition of holy fire, right?
I mean, I don't deny that God can do miracles, but I've never seen that up close, but I don't have any reason not to believe that there is a miracle.
Right. Okay. Because there are certain priests that will say that it has to be, they'll say it's straightforward, that it has to be right. And I mean, I'm a bit more skeptical about something like that, because Oriental Orthodox, Catholics, and Protestants, obviously, I don't think historically any of them ever held that belief.
Held what
in
belief?
that ceremony, right? And as detailed
in the ceremony itself, where like the fire doesn't burn and like it happens at this specific date and time, right? I'm sure there are like certain ceremonies that are like quite similar, described historically, but we don't see anything
among Protestants.
No. I mean, like in the early history of the church, there are ceremonies that are like similar in nature, but we don't see anything as detailed and as fully like descriptive, like similar to the Holy Fire ceremony before like 9th century. I don't think there's any historical document.
Right, as I understand, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. Like personally, I find it. I look at it very skeptically. I don't really find it to be all that Christian of a ceremony, but I don't know. And then again, I don't see any proof. The only proof that I've come across personally is like some video evidence where it's like some guy waving it over himself, something like that.
Well, I just out of hand kind of assume that miracle claims aren't going to be proofs, whether it's miracle claims even by Orthodox. It's not that I'm opposed to miracles, but that in apologetic discussions, they just don't go very far, because you're immediately going to have people saying, okay, well, but Roman Catholics claim a zillion more miracles than you, and Roman Catholicism has like way more miracles. Like we hear this all the time from the Roman Catholics. And then when I point out to the Roman Catholics, like, okay, but wait a minute, Mary appears in Zaytun, Egypt, supposedly to the Coptics, and giant crowds of people see this. Does that prove Coptic Christianity? Oh no, but that's different because that one doesn't count because it's blah 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 blah. So it just turns into this thing that nobody can ever prove or verify, because then what happens is we start going to the freaking Ghostbusters at the Vatican, who are the ones that are like in charge of deciding the real apparition. And so it becomes this giant circle of like, the way that I prove the religion is the miracle, but the miracle is actually proven by the Ghostbusters in the Vatican, who tell me that it's a miracle because they're the experts on it. It just ends up this endless spiral of never getting me anywhere. So I just say, well, none of that's even going to prove it anyway. And everybody's just going to have competing miracle claims. So in apologetic discourse, I don't think that it's that valuable. But that's not to say that, like, if you were directly experiencing it, it would be very valuable to you. So I can't discount that, because I can't prove or disprove people's direct experiences. All I can know from my vantage point, if I've not experienced it, is what other people are saying. And I don't have any reason to think that all the Orthodox people are deceiving me about that. But I also am not going to, like, say, hey, atheist man, like, isn't it obvious that Orthodoxy is true? Look at this, Holy Fire ceremony. Like, no atheist is going to care or believe. They're not going to accept that as a good argument. So I just don't think it has a whole lot of apologetic value. But I do believe that miracles attend and accompany the faith. So, by the way, I want to remind you guys that we have a sponsor, and that is Chalk.com. Chalk is the best in supplementation. Be sure and head on over to chalk.com, CHOQ.com. Get a hold of that 7 Wonders, which will make up for all the mineral deficiencies that you might be dealing with. Get on over there and get a hold of that Tomcat 100. Tomcat will boost testosterone, as is shown in the studies over there. Use the promo code J44LIFE, that's JAY44LIFE, and get 44% off. It is a subscription. However, you can cancel at any time. So you're not bound to have to get it, but it is a nice kind of a, easy thing to have it coming on the regular. Hexnoob, $5. Have you ever given any thought to how Moses anointed the judges in the context of ecclesiology? Actually, yes, because funny you said that. After church today, by the way, the church that I don't attend ever and that I'm not in good standing with, that I went to today, according to Michael Lofton, we had a good conversation afterwards about Numbers 11, because Numbers 11 is precisely a Orthodox ecclesiological type of succession. And the reason I say that is because Okay, Moses in this passage is not the Pope. Okay, if we were Roman Catholics, it'd be like, the Pope is like putting the Spirit on all the bishops. No. That's not what happens in the book of John or the book of Acts. Okay, Jesus breathes on all of them. The Holy Spirit doesn't come upon Peter and then Peter sends the Holy Spirit. No, the Holy Spirit comes on all of them. Okay? Likewise, in Numbers 11, Moses, like Christ, not the Pope, like Christ, places the Spirit on the 70 elders. And the Spirit rests upon them, and they prophesy, and they are able to judge Israel. Because in this passage, Moses complains. He says, I can't do all this. I'm one dude, and this is way too many people and too many problems. God says, go and anoint the 70 elders, and the Holy Spirit will come upon them. By the way, the Trinity is in these passages, if you're not aware. Another triadic passage. I'm talking about these chapters of Numbers, by the way. Because you got a theophany in 9. So you've got the Lord being present in the cloud and the fire, which we talked about, the glory cloud and the fire. The voice appears and speaks. That's Jesus. It's the same glory cloud above Mary. And then 2 chapters later, the Lord says, okay, Moses, put your hands on the elders. They have that succession. Same thing happens with Joshua, right? That's apostolic succession. Very parallel to what Paul says to Timothy, right? Lay your hands, don't lay hands hastily, because you transfer the Holy Spirit in that. Where is that coming from? It's coming from Numbers 11. By the way, that's providential that you asked that, because I just covered this in the Theophanies talks that we did. It's providential that it came up today after church talking to Father Vladimir, and it's providential that you brought it up right here. I will come down and talk to you here. This is a theophany. How's God coming down and talking to Moses? It's an angel that they worship. You can't worship angels. That lunatic dude in here. I will come down and talk to you. You take the Spirit and put it on them. So Yahweh sends the angel messenger down. He's called the Lord. And the Lord messenger says, put the Holy Spirit. This is the Trinity. And it's apostolic succession in the Old Testament. Great point. John Vandershoot, $5. Bro, here's some money towards that Manuka honey fund. I sneeze 20 times a day. Hey, you know what? I don't think I've ever sneezed as many times in a day as I did tonight. I'm about to do it again. So, yeah. I did. Oh, man. I don't think I've ever sneezed as many times a day. BMX 1966, $10. Thank you so much. Slowboy, $10. When Christ says, no one has seen the Father at any time, 537, how do we know that he's talking about all people at all times throughout history, not just Jews at the present and the sermon? I think in the context of that argument in John 5, Jesus is arguing to the Pharisees on the basis of what is commonly understood. So in other words, it's like he's saying, look, we all know and believe that no one has seen the Father at any time. And also, in the Seventh Ecumenical Council, when they say that you shouldn't make icons of God the Father, it's precisely because of this point where they reiterate that there is no direct image of the hypostasis of the Father. And then in the Moscow Icon Synods in 1666, 1669, I think, they actually restate this, and they say there is no place in Scripture where the person of the Father is ever, the hypostasis of the Father is ever imaged or incarnate. So it becomes part of the Orthodox interpretation and paradigm to understand that. And by the way, doesn't John say that too? No one has seen the... Yeah, it's John 1. That's the other passage I'm forgetting. Excuse me. No one has seen him at any time, but the Son has revealed him. Yes, so John 1:18 is the complement to that passage, slow boy. So let's look at John 1:18. Of his fullness we have received grace for grace. Law was given through Moses. Grace came through Christ. No one has seen God the Father at any time. The only begotten Son, who is in present tense the bosom of the Father, that's the eternal generation, has declared him. In the Greek there is exegeted him. So manifested, explained, exegeted him. So this passage also, I think, shows that no one has seen the Father. The only way to see the Father is in his direct icon, which is the Son. Because the Son is the direct offspring and image of the Father's nature, as Athanasius and Nicaea say. Echoing Hebrews 1. But very good question. Snagglebee's $10. Today was a comedy of errors. It's nice to see you tapping into mean old Jay and laying down some of the truth. Well, I mean, when we get into these like Arian blasphemers, then at that point you have to roll out the heresies. Oh, you have to point out, no, this you're blaspheming, you're a heretic. Kristen, $5 at an hour 20 minutes. In regard to artwork, are you familiar with Roberto Ferri or Giovanni Gasparo? Oh, you mean the Trees of Avila section? I am not familiar with those. I apologize. Roberto Ferri. When we went to the Vatican Museum, you're basically walking through literal miles of museum. So we probably did see some of these people because there's just infinite treasures in the Vatican Museum of all of these, just millions of these. Not millions, but there's literally thousands of just endless paintings. I mean, Roberto Ferri. So if they're in the Vatican Museum, well, this is a modern dude. So I guess he wouldn't. Actually, they did have modern art in the Vatican Museum. So, I like Urte. So this kind of looks like if Urte was anime. So this is like some Final Fantasy stuff. It's okay. I mean, it's not like my favorite style, but I actually think Urte's art is pretty cool. I like that style. That's very neat. I had to do a paper on Urte when I was in 4th grade. So I learned about his, but I like that style. It's very cool. That I'm going blank. There's a name for the style, and I just went blank. Sincere Hypocrite, $3. This question might be too speculative, but is it possible for God to become more than 3? No, God is not in becoming, right? So God is unchangeable. He doesn't undergo a process. It's not a process theology. He didn't go from being 1 to be 3. He was always eternally generating his Son and eternally spirating his Spirit through the Son. So there's no like changes or alterations in God. Grand Cheffy, $3. Check out Justin Bieber Yummy video. It's one of the most revealing, throwing it in your face mockeries of what the music industry in Hollywood are up to. So I'm guessing this is some kind of new, as like a cult Hollywood thing. Justin, $5. You have been a terror on these past few weeks. Keep it up. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. McPapa John, where can I email you? Latent tendencies in higher scientific research. You can send me a DM on Twitter, or you can message me. My email's on the website. Okay, I don't have any more energy. I'm worn out. I apologize. I can't go anymore. Remember to head over to chalk.com, choq.com, the best in supplements. Use the promo code J, 44life right here to get a hold of that male vitality stack. Also, be sure and get tickets to our event. It's not too late. We did get the numbers up quite a bit, so I'm happy for that. But there's still some spots, so it's still not totally sold out. This is June 22nd in Las Vegas with Isaac Weishaupt, made by Jim Bob and my wife Jamie. And it's going to be fun. There's going to be jokes, impressions, silliness, infotainment, serious talks, lectures, open Q&A, book signing, merch, all of that. Get your tickets right here, June 22nd. And there'll be some surprise people popping up there. I'm not going to say who, but you will get to meet some cool people other than the people listed.